Hello, hello, hello. Let's see if we can get this up and running. I also need to fix my chat here because I'm silly and for some reason I forgot to get my YouTube chat up and running so I can actually see if you guys are awake. Yeah. Let us see here. Apparently you guys been chatting for a while. Sorry that I'm 45 minutes late to the beautiful game, but 1.6 is online for PC. Yeah. Here we are. 1.6 is out. And the plan is very simple. We'll go through the patch notes. We'll start a new creative team. We'll be focusing on some of these changes while also doing what was suggested fairly recently in my Discord, a challenge with the American drivers. They wanted to see how quickly we could get an American world champion. So that's kind of what we'll be doing at the same time in order to have kind of a couple of objectives there. Hello, hello, everyone. I would assume that I am live. I can't actually check because currently it is using my screen. So if I'm about to check, I'd have to jump into my YouTube studio, which is not great. But since people are saying hey, I would assume that I'm fine. Okay. Hello everyone, Tekka, Noboru, Jojo, Paolo, hello, hello. Glad to see you, Jojo, welcome. I am live, thank you. But yeah, we'll go over which drivers we pick. If there's any suggestions for American drivers, we'll go over them once we get to the creative team part. But yeah, patch 1.6 did get released here. We've been waiting for a while, I dare say. When they announced the patch last Friday, they almost went the full week. And this is probably the important part right here. Due to a delay, the update will be available on consoles. Probably shouldn't light that up, you can barely see it. Next week. So I would assume console certification was a little bit late this time around, which is why we got the patch this Thursday. I was worried that we wouldn't get a patch this week at all, but luckily Frontier, I guess, saw sense and released it at least for PC. Hello, lads. Hello, Jasper. Legend. Alex, hello. Viewers than the last 5 Wukong streams? That's fine. To be fair, Full Manager is 99% of this channel, so I don't expect a million people to show up for Wukong. But yeah, let's see what this patch did. So, mentality. Rebalance impact and duration of events on mentality. Basically, this does not fix the mentality boost of +8. It just changes how the events work a little bit. Looking forward to seeing how that is going to affect it. Fixed mentality rating not always refreshing immediately after changes. Fixed mentality courses being displayed inconsistently between profile and mentality hub. And fixed issue where mentoring showed as a mentality factor when you had no affiliate. So most of these are generally just quality of life fixes, just make things look a little bit better in my eyes. We'll have to see exactly what the impact and duration of events is going to affect mentality, however. Right, drivers. We've new affiliate drivers to starting database. I'm not going to even try and pronounce these names because I'll butcher them terribly, but Hamda, Amna, Emily, and Tuka have been added to database for new affiliate drivers. And this one's going to make Floof very happy. They corrected the spelling of Franco Colapinto. Hello, Dressel. Hello, Floof. Car development. This is going to be the things that I'm more excited about than anything. Adjusted AI team starting experience, so we'll have to see exactly, basically, where the teams stack up against each other. This isn't actually something that they've done really for previous games, so this is something new. We'll have to see how they've kind of rearranged the team starting points. And they've also adjusted their starting ratings, so basically, Frontier has used the editor and try to make things a little bit more balanced and realistic. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that's going to work out. Improve balance of AI car development. Let's see if they can give us a challenge now on hard. Improve mechanical fault balance for powertrain parts in good condition. Particularly when you were simming, you'd end up with a lot of faults on powertrain parts that were, over 80% even. I assume that is what this is fixing. Fix inaccurate ERS durability rating on car analysis screen. Sounds interesting. Haven't run into that one. Fix inconsistent display of powertrain percentages. That also sounds confusing. Fix development options being disabled when following the email link. So basically, whenever you say your building was done and you want to continue upgrading it, it would be grayed out if you, follow the email link. So that is also a nice quality of life change. But yeah, I'm looking forward to everything here, really, under car development. See how it's going to affect the new save file. Staff, contracts, and hiring. Fixed scouts or engineers remaining unavailable to use after sponsorship engagement activity has expired. So no more eating of scouts or engineers. We might test that this stream, although that is kind of risky. And I'm also wondering if that's going to fix the design center for Create a Team. Having you start with 10 engineers, if that's going to tune it down to 6, we'll see. Fixed issue where affiliates signed in the first season could not drive an FP1 in future season. Okay, that's an interesting bug. I haven't messed around much with affiliates, but this kind of does go with what a lot of people were saying, that they couldn't get their affiliates into FP1 in this following seasons in particular. People were saying that it was an issue mainly due to the fact that they had a race weekend for F2, F3 on the same weekend, but clearly it was actually a pretty bad bug as well, so that's a really, really good fix. Fixed issue where contract could not be renegotiated from staff profile screen after acknowledging contract email. I think that one makes sense to me. One of the contract issues, fixed contract length being displayed as 1 year longer than it should in emails. Fixed preview offer bonus threshold being displayed incorrectly in counteroffer. Fixed free agent contract showing empty season contract state. Fixed high driver future season scouting information being listed as expired. Okay, so a lot of fixes here, but these two are going to be very interesting. Improved AI poaching logic and improved AI affiliate hiring logic. So let's see if they pull the Williams and hire Colapinto. Yeah, let us see here. You guys have been saying while I've just been yadding along. Do I have a day one save? No, but I do have a video where I compare the teams, and I remember about where they were. So we'll take a look at that. I'll be comparing them kind of to where they were. You're going to make another car development update video for patch 1.6? Probably going to have to, yes. A game erased my files. That sounds painful. Stem tool finally being useful. Let's see. Can't go back to F2 anymore. Isn't he allowed to go? Has he won F2 though? Because I believe that is the only reason why he would not be allowed to go back. Must start design centers now the correct numbers of engineers. Ah, that's sad. Now I can't use my engineer. Cheese, if you will. Fix newly created teams spending more money on initial startup than real teams. So basically, they should fix what the feature, as so many people were telling me, that you start with 30 million down on the cost cap compared to real teams. We'll have to see if they fix that. Fix engagement target payouts not being received in second season. So that was also a problem. Financially, I haven't seen that, honestly. So that would be my fault if it was a very common error. Fix on sponsor activities, providing no engagement during the first sponsored period of second season. That makes sense. I had a sneaking suspicion that sometimes it was getting less than expected. I just chalked it up to marketability having an effect. But yeah, definitely some good fixes here to the sponsorship activities. Improved AI financial decision making. I'm looking forward to seeing if we see Haas with a 20 million deficit going into the second year. So definitely looking forward to testing this one out. Fixed AI teams offering extreme salaries and starting bonuses. Improved accuracy of car development, finances area, and cost cap. Restyled icons on sponsor plan screen. Okay, that one's gonna get interesting though, because I feel like the sponsor screen icons were good. So I'm wondering what they've done to them. Improved balance of sponsors' preferred activities. Fixed sponsor logos disappearing from UI when saving, loading on day of negotiation. Okay. Improved balance of factors contributing to team marketability. And fixed balance sponsor package having race day icon and coloring during negotiations. So basically, again, a ton of fixes here for sponsorships too, which is good to see. Shall see here. Is the depth carryover a feature or bug? It's a feature. It's not a bug. Basically, you just get the same amount of money. It's released for PC, Lewis, not for consoles. Okay, that's interesting then. The F2 regulations. I guess that makes sense though, Jasper, to be fair. I thought it was just straight up if you won, you're out, but if they've competed properly in F1, then it makes sense. Okay, create a team. Fix create a team decal options list missing icons in library editor. So do we have more icons now? That would be good. Fix team branding, showroom lighting level, darkening when re-entering. Improved ease of sponsor decal placement on driver gloves. fixed delay to sponsor logos appearing on negotiation screen in create a team mode, and fixed create a team garage appearing with Ferrari branding at Yas Marina. Damn, I liked my Ferrari freebies. Race weekend reduced the lap time delta between slowest and fastest cars in managed races. So that translates to the teams will be closer, I guess. Fixed powertrain penalties being applied in sprint session when new powertrain is bought and fitted before sprint qualifying. To be fair, I haven't had any, except for the bugs when the game got released. I have yet to take a powertrain penalty, which kind of tells you that the AI isn't crashing as much as it used to in this game. So yeah, I haven't run into this issue, but it's a nice fix, don't get me wrong. Fixed tire compound allocation at Albert Park and Hermanos Rodriguez. Improved balance of incidents at Jeddah. Improved balance of starting engine temperatures. They're usually very high, so we'll have to see if they tune them lower. Fixed car retirement replay showing no or incorrect car when selected, so basically no longer showing Ocon when we see Hulkenberg retire, for instance. Adjusted DRS zone placements. I assume this is the DRS fix for a few tracks. Excuse me. Fixed empty grandstands at Jeddah. Nighttime icons in weekend overview menu. Okay, that's actually pretty good. It's going to tell you now that this is a night race. It's the way that I read that. Fix every pit stop on post-race report screen being highlighted as positive. Why do you have to take away my joy? Fix sprint qualifying results being empty when loading save made on sprint preparation screen. Fixed ride preparation goal progress and value bar not matching. So again, a lot of fixes in this, honestly. Added ability to minimize driver panels during a race. This one is actually huge. Ability to hide UI entirely when paused. Never mind, those are huge. Best patch ever. 10 out of 10 would play this patch again. That's actually pretty good because there has been a lot of people that want that. It's very nice for taking screenshots. So I think the mod that makes the game pretty is going to become a lot more prominent right now. Let's put it like that. Fix John Howard calling everyone Pierre. Fix incorrect reference to Oscar finishing 19th. Frequency balance of driver has DRS. Incorrect voice lines when loading into Australia. Fix onboard engine sounds braking, saving game whilst in helicam. That sounds like a really specific issue, but yeah, that was kind of weird. Race replay, adjust the difficulty ratings. Fixed driver podium positions. Fixed Monaco race moment, race duration. Fixed race replay loading incorrect constructor. I'm wondering which race this was because I haven't actually done much race replay, just that tiny little bit on stream. So that one's kind of interesting. Fixed drivers inheriting race suits from career save in race replay mode. Damn, we should have played a lot more race replay. It seemed like we could have a lot of fun, funny things happening, honestly. Okay, fixed issue where cars could freeze on track. I think we've seen that a lot. I had that happen to me once. Saving and reloading fixed it for me. But for some, this straight up bricked their save. So this is huge. Fix a crash that could occur during processing. Fix a crash that could occur when advancing into the second year. Fix crash that could occur during a red. Fix crash that could occur when selecting to watch a crash replay. Involving multiple cars and an affiliate driver. Huh? You guys get F2 replays? Hello, Ninka. This one's confusing. I assume it's just like a driver of your team. But the fact that you use the word affiliate here, I assume it could have happened in free practice would be the only one. That's why I haven't seen it. But yeah, that's an interesting bug to occur. Yeah, I came to that conclusion, Hamburger. Thank you. But yeah, let me just catch up here a little bit on the... Well, honestly, we're almost done. So let's just finish this and then I'll catch up with chat. Not ignoring you guys, I'm just focused on the notes at the moment. Fixed crash that could occur when backing out of sponsorship screen into finances screen. Fixed a soft lock that could occur when interacting with Steam Overlay during the race cinematics. Okay, so a lot of stability fixes here. I do like that. And the last couple of fixes here improve the overall game processing speed. Potatoes rejoice. And we now have traditional Chinese as translated text. But yeah, those are the patch notes here. And honestly, it's looking really, really good. The question is just going to be, is it actually going to be as amazing as it sounds? And that is kind of what we are going to try and figure out right now by going into create a team. So I already see one new icon here in create a team, which is this one. So I already don't know if I like this. It seems like they've gone for a completely different style to what they've done so far. But yeah, the sponsorship icons with some of the other ones they have fixed, we'll have to see what they do. But yeah, I'm hopeful for this patch, going to make the game a lot more fun for kind of everyone. Okay, let's go through chat a little bit quicker and then we'll jump into this. Need to fix frame rate loss when it rains. Yeah, I agree with that. John, that's true. Sorry, I'm really far behind on you on chat here, probably 5 to 10 minutes. So if you had any questions, they'll come now. I see the fix for team comps and I'm so happy. Let's see. I love that bug, Lewis. I assume it's a communication bug. And yeah, hi Ninka, hi RL. Sorry again for being late. Patch is out for 1.6 on PC. Consoles are delayed. Certification, I would assume, is just taking a while. And yeah, affiliate probably means FP1. So that should be me caught up for the most part. It should also change my chat so it shows me everything. That's a mistake on my part. It has been set to basically showing me top chat for some stupid reason. Okay. No big lightning-powered monsters. Except the Renault engine. Yeah, that thing is a scary, scary monster. Who am I going to sign alongside Sergeant? I don't know yet, but we're going to see if there's any changes to setting up the team. I've had a quick look at this before stream, and honestly, it doesn't seem like it. We're still going to have pretty much the worst start that we can, with minimal car performance, with minimal funding, and we're also going to head here and put an extra level in the factory. Honestly, this is the best decision you can do for a creative team, because 2 slots versus 3 slots for manufacturing is just invaluable, particularly if you have drivers that should be more prone to crashing, like a couple of Americans most likely are going to be. So yeah, do this, take away that second level design center, put it into your factory, and your team finances are going to thank you for that. Next up, we go ahead and turn both of the operation facility points into hospitality, just to get better sponsorships. This thing is the best building for boosting your marketability. In other turn, better sponsorships for your first season, more money. Now, for the drivers here, I know the Sergeant is American, I believe Award is, but I'm open for any other options here if we have some. I believe that, where is he? Where's the man? Korea here should be American, if I remember correctly, and also we have, am I blind? Crawford? Where's the Crawford? Am I blind? Probably. There we go. Jack Crawford. So, he's Mexican? Okay. He's North American. But yeah, we need an actual American then. What's in the patch? Just went through it. It's like quite a huge patch, so it's pretty rough to summarize, Alex, I'll be honest. What is Mexican? Yeah. I think we go Crawford. Yeah, I think Crawford is a good one. Korea from USA. I think I haven't actually seen anyone else use Crawford, so he would be a good option just because of that. Stroll if North American? No, I'm not picking Stroll. I'm not picking Stroll for this. To be fair though, calling him a North American was more of a cop-out. I genuinely didn't know he was Mexican. So, we'll go with Crawford then, if we agree. Stroll is indeed Canadian, yes. What are my predictions for this weekend at Monza? Ferrari fan, Leclerc signs Hamilton. Could be a fun one. Apparently we already had our first casualty, or rather incident at Monza. The safety car crashed today. So he's good and everything, as far as I've heard, so we'll have to see how that works out. But yeah, safety car has some brake issues, it looked like. So the mechanics are going to fix something else this time around. But honestly, I wouldn't mind Leclerc and Sainz doing well. But I would be mean enough to say that I would prefer Sainz P1. Hello, Senix. Sergeant as team leader, Crawford as the young talent. Is that what we're going for? Do I think there are more big patches coming? If there are issues, they don't really have any choice at this point. If they want to save the franchise, I would assume there's going to be more patches. Yes, depends on how well they fix development, though. I think that's going to be key. Oh, what isn't a very Mexican last name? To be fair, though, if we go by that, Sergeant probably has the most American last name ever. Race for Gun and safety car. Yeah, I saw a clip of that. That's kind of what it looked like to me. Blue squad coming at you. Yeah. Hello, Nick. Team America. I do love the correct spelling of Colapinto, yeah. Okay, I think we have had decided on our drivers. The other ones are kind of the lowest that I can get here for the most part. Or around 80 because I don't want to completely tank the mentality. So this is what we're going for the season 1 here. We're probably going to replace some of these season 2, but we'll have to see. We might also just keep them to see if things stay more competitive that way. If basically we're not destroying Red Bull and Ferrari's confidence. Mentality rather than confidence, my bad. So we'll see how that works out. But this should be fine. And again, I'm going to stick with Mercedes engines. They are just the best thing that you can pick for your first season because of the durability. They're still pretty powerful, so there's no negatives really of bringing Mercedes. You'll have way more money to spend on building your car. And, well, it could be tempting to say go with a Red Bull engine or Ferrari engine because they're stronger. The added power to me is not enough to step away from Mercedes because of the durability. Particularly also now that they've fixed, or rather lessened the chance of you getting errors on high durability parts. Did I know Colapinto is what in Portuguese? Name yourself Corporal. I should name myself General America. So we have the colors here, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not very American. And I'm going to now have fun butchering the Andretti logo because I have been lazy and I have not pre-made it. But I want to see it. They said there were some new icons. Guess we need to just go into logo editor then. Let's see. Change this one. I'm gonna have to bring up the logo to see how we can make this one. And I'm gonna go with the easy Andretti logo. I saw there were 2 different ones. The easy one is probably the best bet for me making this in any way, shape, or form. Let's see here. Am I gonna sim? Or am I gonna do all races to save? It's probably gonna be a combination, Torum. The first 5 races, we might do the first one just to see what has changed in terms of performance. But we're probably going to sim Jeddah, we're probably going to sim Australia, and then play from Japan when we get our first upgrades, is what I'm thinking. Hello, Maverick. Gotta pull bald eagles on the car. I'm doing good, how are you doing? Let's see here. Like, music a flag. The Murica flag of freedom and put an eagle on it. Honestly, I think I have the Andretti logo here. It's pretty simple to make. It's honestly really simple to make. Well, it should be, unless I am, not artistically inclined, which I'm not. So let's see if we can get this made here. And we're going to start with a red triangle that I'm going to slot in at the bottom. Move it a little bit first, and we will turn it. Okay, this might not be the best triangle to use, but it is the triangle that I have elected to use, so I'm already feeling like this is going to go horribly wrong. Okay, it must... I'm going to ignore chat for like 5 minutes. Apologies, guys. I need to have the logo on my second monitor so I can actually see what it's supposed to look like, because this is going to look terrible. I can guarantee you, this is not going to look great at all. You are going to be upset with me by the time I am done. And I don't mean just a little upset. I mean real upset, okay? Let's just be absolutely clear on that end. Okay, so I need one like this. That one can just be like that. We need to add another triangle if I can. This is probably going to be, you know, clipped to make fun out of me, but it's fine. I need a less aggressive triangle to put on the bottom of this one. Honestly, this one works, kind of. It's not the right angle, really. Because what I need here is going to be a... Honestly, at this point, I should just give up already before I make a bigger fool out of myself than I'm already am doing. Okay. Again, this is going to be scuffed and ready, so don't worry about it. It's going to look pretty by the time I'm done. I'm not going to get it 100% correct here, and I am fine with that. If you are not, then... Sorry. If you... Yes, I'm already making mistakes. Huge mistakes here are being made. I love that it's just the game in the background going lights out and away we go. Andretti logo speedrun. Did you just... It was 315. That's where I wanted it. There we go. And then when I moved it, it just made that little jink. So it ended up at a different angle, like so. Then we have the centerpiece done, kind of. Now I just need the two white lines that make the A. And then the top part. Okay, so we put down the white lines at the end. I think that is the easiest way to do this. Again, the line at the bottom here is not supposed to be this sharp. Could probably have been better to use something like this. Actually, it would be a lot better to use something like that, so let's just do that. And again, I'm sorry that we are doing arts and crafts right now, and I'm horrible at it. Okay, so how does that look if I move this one away? Honestly, this one looks better, so let's just stick with that one. Honestly, I might as well just give up here. I'm not artistically inclined, as you might have figured out by now. Let's see, what do we need on the top? We need a bow. This one will do the job. Confirm. We turn it a little lower, a little smaller. And 270. I'm still going to try. I'm still giving myself 5 more minutes here. Feel free to laugh because I am terrible. No joke. Okay, we place that down. Move it a little bit up here. And now I kind of need the white just to see where I am at. So we'll add those. I can find some proper ones. Honestly, the easiest way to do this is just to use the NI. Like so. And we're going to just try and get closer. We're not going to make it perfectly correct. Perfectly similar, if you will. I'm just going to make it until I'm happy with it. Again, not perfect, but acceptable. We duplicate that. And we move the second one over here, and then we spin it the other way. And I need something to top it off there as well. Could probably just extend them a little bit, but that's going to be a different issue. It's good. Okay. Does it look good? As good as it can be, I guess. And with that, I now need to go back to the other one here. This one. And I need to make you just slightly bigger. That's probably too big. I wanted to cover at least the bottom there with the A, but honestly, this works fine because it's supposed to look like this. And I just need now the on the sides. Cut this off and hide it if I can. Which honestly probably could. But first, let's just fix that little issue there at the top. Again, feel free to laugh at me. I am terribly bad at making anything, really. And I guess I can try and use this one. Make it a little bit smaller, and that might actually look okay. Or maybe I was just trying to, you know, protect myself, my own mental. It's gonna stick out a little bit, but I think we can fix this by making the red a little bit larger again. As you probably figure out, I'm not a good thumbnail artist. Honestly, that looks kind of worse, I think. I think this is just the wrong shape to use. This could work a lot better. And honestly, I don't need it to be perfect. I just need it to be good enough. So if we make it so that it covers the top, and we're just making an abridged version of the Andretti logo, so that's fine. Now we just needed 2 blue stripes on the sides, and then I'm done, I promise. And we're just going to do those 2 in the laziest way that I know of, which is to duplicate these and change them to blue. And then we are going to go ahead and load them up a little bit and move them. To be fair though, this doesn't really work because the bow there for the red is supposed to go over the blue. So yeah, that's not going to work. What can I change this into to get the things on the sides? I need just straight up a pillar. Okay, this works, but it's a little bit thick. So we might end up using several to kind of make this work. You can actually see my embarrassment right now in live, if you will. So I have an idea. I don't know if it's going to be a good idea. Honestly, at this point, I have another idea. It's not going to be a good one, but let's duplicate one more of these. I'll move it a little bit up like this, and we'll fill in the other area here with another red bow, just slightly higher than the current one. And that will be my shitty homemade logo. And I really should have checked, like, what is the precise location for where I place this. And honestly, we could also move it a little bit further to the side here. Honestly, that doesn't look too terrible. Okay, let's switch the other ones around a little bit too. Move you a little bit further out so you don't creep onto the white. Like so. Have you also match up with this one. And again, I am open to criticism. I'm not ignoring chat. You're probably laughing your ass off and wondering what I am doing. But I thought this is something that needed to be done for this one. Okay, like so. I'm almost done, I promise. Now, move this one last time. That one is too far down on the other side, I believe. Nope, it's actually where it's supposed to be. Just that little red pointing out. Okay, duplicate it. Move it. Move it slightly in, which means I need to move the other side slightly in. So, then we do the final one. Yeah, and this is probably the least efficient way of doing this. but it should get the job done. Okay, where is that one actually placed? Is it 49? It's 47. Okay, 47, 31. 31. So there we go. Now this should be equal in height. Now we do the final step here, which is to duplicate this one. I'm going to have to move it down the order. Like so. So it's actually at the bottom. And now we just move it upwards. Do we go with this, which is the... Is there actually a difference in height there? Am I being... by my own views here? Do we use this as a homemade logo, or do I fix the like bow on top? Because I think I can. Let's see, what can we actually do to fix that on top? I know that I said 5 minutes and it's been longer, but bear with me here. I'm about to embarrass myself further. Yeah, I don't think there's any... Like, that one is probably the closest we're going to get. Maybe this one? Have to deal with the bottom somehow. But it could work. Oh yeah, this could work. Okay, that actually works out pretty well. So make it a little bit bigger. Give it that 90-degree tilt. Move it down so it's hidden by the blue. Like so. And I think we might have found the trick here if I just get rid of this one. I think it is. Oh. Kind of works. But there's some areas here that needs to be filled in, I see. But with this, we can also move the blue a little bit down and kind of finish this. So let's just do that. I'll fill in the last remaining red areas here. And then I'll bootleg. Let's see. Honestly, that's okay. Would it be better to have like a blend there to make it look better? But I've already spent way too much time on this, I'll be honest, so we're not going to do that. Like so, and now I just need to fill in the last red. I'm going to just duplicate this one again. Like so, we're going to move it down to the layer where it's supposed to be. And we're just going to make it bigger. And move it upwards until it covers almost everything that I wanted it to. Give it the bulge there, the barrel of the bulge. What if I rotate you? Okay, that actually looks amazing. Honestly, I kind of want to make my Andretti like this. It's a happy little accident, everyone. It's a happy little accident. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Time to bring back chat. Apologies, everyone. Okay, let's see. Someone find this man a guide to follow? Yes, I need that. I can make my logo later. Sorry, I'm done now. Yes, this is my... I needed a guide, I'll be honest. Sorry. We'll use this one. I promise I won't use as much time with the car and the race suits. Looks slightly slanted. Yeah, I felt the same aim. I'm sorry, everyone. I got a little bit too tied up there with the logo. I probably should have stopped myself like 10 minutes ago. I don't even know how long I wasted on that. Sorry. Let's go ahead and make a library. Do we want to use a preset one? I haven't actually checked out any like Andretti liveries, kind of what they look like. So do we just make one from scratch? Do I use one of my pre-saves here? What are we feeling? Could do this and then take some of the carbon, turn it blue. Or even white. Red and white as our main colors. What are we feeling here? Red, white, and blue. I think it's going to be difficult to incorporate all three colors, though. Let's use this as a base. And we'll edit it. See what we can do with the paint here. We start with the yellow stripe being the white one. Then we take this and turn it... Do we want this to be the red? Do we want this to be the blue one? What are we feeling? Red and blue? Just blue? We could make it light blue. Honestly, that doesn't look too shabby. Might need to go and look at a color picker to get the exact, you know, levels of color that I need here. Do we feel this would be a good one? It's pretty basic to a degree, but I feel like it works. Yeah, we can mess around with the finish here. Oh. Well, I kind of like that red metallic, I'll be honest. Do we want to make the blue metallic too, or do we want to stick with what it currently is? It looks American to me. If the driver pictures glitch out, then I have to reboot. That's not. That doesn't sound fun. Looks American like that. Do I want to mess around with the stripe? Honestly, the only thing if I turn it metallic is that it turns gray. So let's stick with this satin finish for that one. I think this is fine enough for now, and we might be able to mess around with it a little bit more later on. After I spent all of the budget here for getting everything set up by messing around with the logo, which I failed horribly. Can I make a actual flag here as our race suits? Okay, do we want the main color to be blue, or do we want to switch things around a little bit? I personally prefer just a clean look of this. But the question is, as I mentioned, do we want the main color to be blue? Or do we want it to be too much red? Yeah, I guess. You're not wrong. Too much blue and then it's Rush. It's like living in America and showing F1. To be fair though, you guys have like 2 races for yourselves. So... you're getting more and more F1. You're getting... okay, that is kind of blinding, though. Do I want, because we have a lack of blue and white on the car, do we make up for it by making the suit a combination of blue and white? Do we feel that? Oh yeah, there's 3 now, you're not wrong. You know, even more so, America intensifies. North America is 5, yeah, honestly. To be fair though, if you want to go that way, how many races do we have in Europe? What, in the Williams race suit? Yeah, it is kind of a Williams theft. You're not wrong. Let's see if we can, let's see if any of the others, this just looks like you're ready to go to the beach in like 60 years ago. I do kind of like this, but at the same time, yeah, you're not wrong. We have kind of just ran into Williams' garage and stolen from them. Yeah. I demand an eagle. Do I place an eagle on the top of the logo on the ears? You can say the colors like it's same. Yeah. We could. Apply changes and exit editor. That's the one I'm looking for. We kind of have these team colors. Again, as you probably realized by now, I suck at design. So I'm just going to get going. Let's see here. I'm just going to be also very lazy with team name. Someone said to put general or corporal or something ahead of my name here. Because it's America. I think we're fine with this. Let's see if I can survive the first season here now. Just making money green. Hello, Arrow. Maybe a little red would do. We could make some red stripes on this. Yeah, that wouldn't be terrible. We don't follow you because you're awesome designs. It's just... You kind of follow me for my, car, quote-unquote, designs. Not the ones on the car, but the ones that gives performance, I guess. Should have been Captain America. Not even run race and everyone's negative. I'm actually surprised that there's even a neutral one here. But yeah, this is basically how you always start with the mentality system. Everyone is just straight up negative. I feel like these are new, but it could just be because of the color scheme, I'll be honest. Okay, so financially, we have a lot more cost cap than we used to, which means that we have a lot of money that needs to be spent in good ways. So let's just get started with a couple of designs here. And as usual, I'm just going to be very lazy, put my CFD into my underfloor. To me, it seems like an acceptable investment, although to be fair, could argue at this point that a better investment might be the suspension or the wings, but the wings take more time, so we're doing underfloor first, mainly because it takes a shorter time, and you get a pretty significant boost by doing so. So we'll just do this normally. And yes, they have taken away my wonderful, wonderful engineers. They are gone. They fixed that. Not part of the patch notes. Very, very sad. I enjoyed having 10 engineers. As long as I didn't take the event, I would keep them. It was actually a pretty good time. And now I will no longer have my good time. Because they've been stolen from me. Or rather, I stole them from myself, let's be honest. But that is going to be my belief, if you will. Now, they did say they've rebalanced the cars. And I don't remember, but I don't think we were below 318 before the patch. Rather, below 319. So let's take a look at Kick Sauber here. They have a fairly significant advantage over us, I dare say. 60 kph, or rather 0.60. Acceleration is, again, the engine. It shouldn't actually be a part of car performance. At least the calculation for mentality. They don't have too much on us though, so this is, again, pretty similar to how it was pre-patch. In terms of performance versus performance. How is the Alpine looking? It's actually... they actually made it slower, I think. I think they rebalanced the Alpine speed. They gave them more cornering. But they're definitely slower than before. Look at that. They're slower than the slowest created team. Williams, pretty decent. Okay, that's good. How about the Haas? Also pretty decent. How is actually the Red Bull looking? So they have about 3 kph on us. Okay, I think they brought the grid... Like, this is just a feeling I get from looking at the numbers. But it seems like they brought the grid a lot closer than they were before, because it's just 180 now between us in low speed, similar in medium, 230 in high speed, but that is something you get a lot more of than medium and low speed to begin with, so that's not really a big issue. But yeah, I would assume that we're going to be seeing less of everyone getting, triple lapped for the first season. Maybe. We'll see. Hello, Soham. Let's see here. If I squint, the logo looks normal. Honestly, I should have extended the ace here a little bit, but I'll do that off stream. I'll fix the logo off stream. This will just be the... Oh no. I see this. Honestly, at this point, I might as well just go back to a basic logo and fix it off stream, because that is terrible. Do I think Logan will back in F1? I doubt that. Yeah, the cost cap is fine. You have a lot more this time around. You made Alpine slow. Lowest budget hardest setting? Yes. It's basically the first time they've ever adjusted the teams yet team rating post-release, so I'm going to be comparing them with an earlier video I made for sure. It's a game where this needs to be realistic. Honestly, I kind of agree with that. It's fine that if the initial positions are somewhat realistic, but keep in mind, it is a game. It's supposed to be fun. There needs to be a balance. Realism and game balance need to go hand in hand. If you get too much one side or the other, you're going to end up with a bit of a bad situation, honestly. I could have had Pato Ward. Does he have an American citizenship? Because I believe I checked and it said he had, but everyone told me he was Mexican. Hello, Edster. Check out the new drivers and the nerfed F1 Academy people. What, did they butcher some? Excuse me, what is this? Oh, are these the new drivers? Oh no, where are their names? Number 1 Q&A, everyone. Oh, I think you might be correct. Sorry, there we go. I probably messed that up when I switched screens earlier. Thank you for letting me know. The screen should now be fixed. Sorry for everyone that I just destroyed with that issue. Yeah, the mentality issue has not been fixed. It wasn't even mentioned that any of the mentality issues that I personally believe plagued the game at that minute has been fixed, Challenger. But yeah, best Q&A department. And the funniest thing is they've had probably a week to realize this happened. Of course, it could just be me, but if anyone wishes to post this to the, Apple Manager Reddit, feel free. It's funny, at least. The image is also low quality? Yeah. You could say that. Like, if we compare them to polling, and then we take a look at this. Okay, actually a decent quality, but this one, and so kind of this one. Not the best of qualities. So yeah, that's a weird problem. Let's put it like that. You also said that their stats were butchered. Do we see anything new here? Nearly 71. I wonder if they butchered his growth. That's what I'm going to be looking forward to seeing too. Internal testing was done. Verify my game files. It will fix it. Okay. I'll have to do that some after stream then. But that is an interesting bug. Verifying Steam files apparently fixes it if you're struggling with the names. That is good. I do have a couple of packs still in the folder. So yeah. Watch the game engineers, call them Pierre. We'd have to get them into race first. Yeah, let's figure out the sponsors. This is new. Why is this more yellow than green? This is supposed to be the engagement one. Why have they made it? This could just be me, but I feel like they made this puke green now instead of just straight up green. Now, keep in mind the sponsors that you're seeing are not necessarily the ones you'll see in your game. I have modded the sponsors so that I get real brands in here. Most likely not what you're going to get in your game. It's not part of the patch. Game's not fixed, man. They added stuff again. Well, I'm looking forward to finding these issues, but I'll take your word for it, Aaron, and look out for them. But yeah, this is just a mod pack. It's not part of the game. I should probably have removed it. It's a real sponsors mod, yeah, as Mystic says. It's not something I made. Someone else made it. I downloaded it from Overtake GG and put it in here. But yeah, apparently Apple is a one-star sponsor. Yeah, you're not wrong. We are going to go with Rockstar. They have more money. They're also a 3-star sponsor. I don't like this new screen because it doesn't tell you... Like, it doesn't tell you 3 out of 5. Like, it's supposed to be balanced. I understand that. But, yeah, definitely not a fan of that color. 5 optional sponsors here. Okay. This is a terrible deal. We're gonna go with these. Well, to be fair, I'm gonna have to go with all of them, unless there's something I don't like here. Season effect, facility effectiveness. What facility is gonna have a buff to its effectiveness? Please tell me. Did they make mistakes again? Because I'm seeing a lot of up arrows. The only thing that does not have an up arrow, like facility effectiveness up, facility effectiveness. There's something here that is hidden. But 2 of my facilities are apparently getting upgrades from this. And I still don't know how I feel about these new designs, rather, the backgrounds, if you will. I feel like they're out of place. But it could also just be because I'm used to the previous ones, so we'll see. It's the real sponsors mod, yeah. A bunch of stuff is new, Lorenzo. They've done a huge amount of changes, so we'll have to see if we figure something out there. Okay, we are going to do a quick purge on the car. To be fair, that one is fine. I like to just move it a little bit down, so it's just on the middle. Honeywell can stay on the bottom then, that's not too terrible. These 3 can also stay as long as we just clean them up a little bit. Okay, you... This is just a threat to everyone that we run behind. If you don't get out of our way, you're gonna go bang. That's fine. We can also change how they are presented. In the sense that I can make them just full color or silhouette. I think the ones on the side are the most egregious ones. We'll fix those. I'll make you ever so slightly tinier and move you a little bit further back, a little bit further down. Give you a little bit of a tilt there, so you're actually somewhat readable. And do I want to... Honeywell. Honestly, I'll clear you out. I'll clear you out as well. Clear you out. We'll put Cisco. Which probably... I feel like a lot of Americans would hate them anyways. But we'll put Cisco up here, because if I'm not mistaken, they're like a telecom company. I don't even know how I would make that look good up there. It does not look good, but it is bearable. And we're going to put one of those we deleted on the rear wing. Wait, do you have to... What happens if I move you... Okay, I moved you into space, apparently. Let's just clear you out, and we'll add... let's see if I can find it again. I know, I'm wasting time again. I apologize. But... you guys are going to tell me that the car looks disgusting once the race starts anyway, so let's just get it fixed right now while we can. And that'll have to do for now. We kind of, sold our front wing as ad space, but I can live with that more so than anything else. So there we go. And if there's any American sponsors you want to see on the car, let me know. We'll try and fix that later. Network security? Yeah. Might not look good, but it looks American. Candy wrapper look, yeah. Which honestly is also very American. The Rockstar yellow is really throwing you off. I could see that. Make it green. Looks more like a NASCAR than an F1 car. Then I think I've done my job. Oh god, what is this? Need a Hershey's logo at McDonald's. I would love if they added a race suit, just a livery feature. We might be in trouble this year in terms of our... I don't know even... Okay, our affiliates are gonna suffer and they're gonna like it. They're gonna have to, basically. Like, we can't even reach the engagement target here, which is fine. It's the first engagement of the year. But I don't know if I like these because I'll probably get used to them. But again, they just feel so out of place, honestly. This is not a mod. This is something they added to the game. This is not me. I'm innocent of this crime. Like, if you consider the other issues that this game has, to be fair, design / art crew probably, you know, need something to work with too. But I don't think this was it. We should have put them to work and making my logo instead. That way it would actually look decent. But yeah, I don't think I can say that I like these, unfortunately. And that's just how they are. I have a question regarding young driver upgrades, so I can answer. What is the best stat to focus early? Pace stats generally. Or control, if they crash a lot. Did they fix the disappearing engineers? Yes. It was a part of the patch notes, Lewis. Throw in the Bank of America. Squarespace. Oh wait, I have money now. That's a terrible mistake. Nab 2 engineers of the chassis project and get started on the cedar pod. I don't know why I called it the seed pod instead of the side pod, but you know. With Norwegian tendencies. And we'll do it like this. Again, we'll see. There could be that there's been some changes here to how top speed works, but there's no explicit mention of it, so we're just gonna stay the course and see if it still works, same as we did last time around. This is also new though, like... They've added little quotation marks like, he's unhappy with car performance. Oh no. I think you need to phone your friends at Frontier and navigate pod. What do I think? Is this patch good? I barely got into this patch, Othman. What's written down looks good. I have to see how I feel about it after doing a few races. Could have Timo. Cedar products. Haven't actually gone too deep into the patch yet, Rick, so no real opinions made yet. Except for the fact that they've made some interesting choices with the what's it called? With the sponsorship logos, or rather the sponsorship packages.
F1 is back.
I think I might just not update to avoid the UI change. It looks weird. I'm honestly gonna have to say that I like the previous one better, but it's one of those things that might grow on me. But it looks weird. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's see what we can actually do here. Apparently all the teams should be closer, so we're gonna do Bahrain and probably sim the next couple of races. But I'm curious here if the changes is actually going to have an effect on not having, you know, the back markers, so to speak, be laughed 3 times. That's going to be my main source of judgment, I guess. Okay, I'm doing something wrong here with the rear wing. That looks more like it. That's acceptable. Probably not perfect, but it is acceptable. I don't expect there to be any changes to quality, but I want to save 2 soft tires just to be on the safe side. Looks like they have not modded out my UI here, which is nice to see. Again, this UI is also mod, not part of the patch. So yeah, I'm gonna get to the fast lap here. And we'll take a look from the helicopter cam. Alonso to Alpine. That has to be a happy fluke moment, yes. Chief build is attractive. They did look like dirty in the opening video. What, did they update it or something? They fixed the UI for ranking card on change. I don't think that was part of the patch notes. I don't know yet, Othman. Qualifying times are more realistic and not far away anymore. Okay. Looking forward to seeing that. So much freedom leaving the garage and even more democracy. Looks like development hasn't changed at all. You're still doing the same things, and yeah. The thing is, though, I don't think the patch notes haven't actually mentioned any changes to development for the player.
Yep.
It mentioned development for the AI and how they've kind of made the AI better at developing. So we'll have to see now actually what that means, if they use sliders properly, if they're going to research properly in the second season with the big regulation change, things like that. Sullivan is not American, he's British. But they put O'Sullivan in the car. Okay, Williams. I respect your interesting choice, I guess I could say. Let's see if we can get another run in. This should give us an okay window. Not the best, but an acceptable one. Let me guess. 3 cars are going to fly out of the garage there. Nope, we're good. So a completely free, unmolested run here is what we should be seeing. So let's see if we can improve here. Maybe get out of Q1. John D. Andretti. But did I get that UI mod? Overtake.gg. No, the board here is a mod. I'm clarifying that it is a mod in case people think it's part of the patch. Yeah, O'Sullivan is British. To be fair though, Aaron, the previous patches have been small enough that I could kind of summarize them in about 30 seconds. This one's quite big though, so I can't really do that. Improvements, but probably not enough here. I see that Russell has yet to set a lap time, and he's doing it now, and he's already 6/10 up, so... Sorry, not 6/10, 4/10. But I doubt we have any chances of getting ahead of him. Yeah. kind of as expected there, that we would be sent to the Shadow Realm by Russell. Be more surprised if he didn't, but if we can finish 18th here with both drivers, I'm still going to be happy. I'm going to go ahead and save tire. I know we most likely going to get an extra one, but honestly, we're not going to be improving our time say in any way, shape, or form anyways, with how terrible the car is. And even then, we're almost beating the Alpines. Don't know how they feel about that. This one, though, is kind of an interesting thing. Unfortunately, the mod does not work with it, and they had, of course, oh my god, they had to go ahead and plaster the logo in the top left corner. And also, the fact that they don't hide the show UI key when you do this either. But again, this is a nice thing that they've added. You can also hide like this, I guess. But at the same time, I do have a complaint. The board here is probably going to get hidden on regular ones. Again, this is a mod. But the fact that they decided to plaster the logo up there and also have this show UI key. I don't know if that's going to show up though if I take a screenshot through Steam, so might still be good. Okay, we are going to have to hustle if we want to set a lap here. Let's go ahead and hustle. Probably not going to improve. Again, it's old tires, which is fine. We're going to absolutely demolish the Mercedes lap here. I swear I don't have anything against them. And also, if we're lucky, we might even demolish Gasly's lap. If I'm lucky, I say. Honestly, what I'm doing now is kind of terrorism, in a way. Race car terrorism. But it did allow us to set a lap here. Is Russell going to be allowed to set a lap? Yeah, he's fine. Question now is, can we improve? We're actually... Look at that. We're 5 thousandths away from beating these two cars. And a tenth away from being in Q2. Okay, so a little bit closer. I do agree with that. At least that's how it feels like. You should have modded Colapinto into Williams. I thought about that, but I actually kind of forgot about it for the stream. Can you make sure to do a wrap-up video for my thoughts on the patch? It's probably going to be out tomorrow, Rick. There's a lot of things I need to take a look at and test before I can make any sort of decision on what has worked and what hasn't. Today, I'm probably going to finish up after the stream. I'm going to be finishing up the video. I just have the editing left on tire strategies for every track. So that'll be coming out. But a video about the patch is not going to be out until tomorrow at the earliest. Crofty says something about mistakes how bad it can be and shows the aftermath. Of course they do. Oh. What mods do I have? I have 3 mods. I have the real sponsors, I have the extended UI mod that shows the sector times, and I have a mod that is supposed to make the game look prettier at the cost of performance. So any performance related issues there are probably due to that mod. Okay, we are going to do a very classic strategy. We're actually going to start on the mediums, because we're at the back of it anyways. Burn them to absolute dust, and then go for a couple of soft tires towards the end here. If we're lucky, safety car will help us out, so that should be just fine. Yeah, it's going to be the best that we can do here. We're just going to do that for both cars. And hopefully, we survive this race without any incidents. That's going to be kind of the secondary goal. Underfueling, as usual, is still going to be the key, I think, here. I'm wondering if the AI is ever going to stop doing that, or if they're going to make that actually be punishable. Because right now, there's actually no punishment to underfueling. You save your engine, it is faster, and as such, there's no point in not underfueling. So, yeah. Bit of a weird oversight, unfortunately. Okay, we're actually just going to conserve from the get-go, and hopefully have some fuel towards the end to use. That's going to be our strategy for this one. Let's just jump straight in.
You're witnessing a new chapter in Formula 1. This is it. 22.
Don't worry, Aaron. It's fine. I understand the frustration. I just gotten used to 20 different people dropping by asking the same thing. It's a pretty common thing by now, so I probably have a little bit more tolerance for it. Also, since I'm a teacher, kids do the same thing. It's still the slow first corner, as usual. How to hide UI? In the new patch, as long as you're paused, you can hide UI. And I would assume this is going to vanish if you do it. Again, this is a mod, so I can't really show it off properly. But you can pause time, you can go wherever you want, then you can make screenshots. They've also added this now where you can kind of toggle that off. The drive information, hide that a little bit. So loads of new options here have been made, and I might have to get rid of this. Probably for when I make videos. Unfortunately, because it would be nice to be able to make screenshots for potential more decent thumbnails, I guess I could say. There's a new version out that hides it. Okay, nice. It did not qualify Alpine. It's good to hear. I guess I'll need to update the mod though after the stream then. Should fix it. Let's see if they fixed mechanical faults not appearing in 75-80% wear. Hello, Dark. We'll have to see that one. A little bit too early for that. How's it going, Nero? Good to once again be here. Nice to see you, Zag. It's going good. I embarrassed myself quite a bit by spending way too long making a absolutely terrible Andretti logo. The Floof Squad. We need to... Honestly, that should be our goal for this race, to beat the Alpines. If we do that, I'll be happy. To be fair, though, Gasly overtaking Magnussen is not good news for us to get that done. If we do beat Alpine, though, I think Floof will be very, very sad. Yeah, I'll get that update afterwards, Tarum. It's I appreciate you letting me know. A bunch of new changes, Zach. Honestly, enough that I would recommend just having a look at the patch notes. I teach basically a bunch of different stuff. Yellow flag. Norwegian, English, history, science with a little bit of a spin here. Who was it that said this? They wanted science in the podium at Monza. You've cursed the boy. But yeah, I teach like the 1st to 5th grade, so basics in a lot of different categories, if you will. Sergeant let Crawford pass. We're suddenly 2 seconds down. That's not good. At least we can use science as a bit of a pulley, I think. But honestly, this first race is just survival. Particularly if you have a little bit worse drivers. So we're going to speed it up just a little bit here. But yeah, my dream of beating Alpine here probably not going to come to fruition. We're going to have to try it in Japan and China, I think. Going to be more likely that we get it done there. But also, we are burning down our mediums at the moment, and once we get onto softs, we'll be a little bit quicker. What are my first thoughts on this patch? Looks like it has a lot of fixes. We'll have to verify if they're actual fixes to Stokehouse, so it looks very, very good. In Norway, yeah. Again, haven't seen much of a difference here. We just started. A lot of these changes are things like the things that you'll mainly see later on in the season. If we don't get lapped 3 times, I call that a success. Honestly, I would probably agree a little bit there. You would not be wrong. The fact that we're also holding up signs at the moment is hilarious to me. Although it will probably fly by. How is signs so slow? Yeah, it's not picked up damage, unless they've hidden it, which, honestly, I would be a fan of. We need 1 accident here to get a little bit extra cash, which would be vital. To be fair, we're not holding signs off, so in reality, we need 2 accidents. America versus Floof. About to finish Season 3. A lot of these changes, you're gonna need a new save for, Zach. Do I get bad performance during rain? Yeah, I get performance drops during rain. It's basically just the game demanding a lot more from your computer, not being as optimized for rain as, you know, the other weathers, if you will. There are a few things that will not work on existing saves cows, but the majority of them will. So if you take a look at the patch notes and just look for things that says you need a new save, they'll tell you kind of everything you need to know there. I don't remember exactly which ones are new save specific at the moment. Don't hold up signs. They added the starting grid UI in Result, but it's bugged. Okay. I'm going to hold up science as long as possible, because science is actually a major threat to our confidence. They still haven't actually done anything about this, and I hate this, actually. You are driving the slowest car on the grid. Both of you are. And you're not lost. That alone should give you a confidence boost, my lads. But yeah, I think they need to detach Affinity from the engineers, or at least detach affinity loss. Sorry, not affinity loss, confidence loss. They need to do something with confidence, because it's no wonder that we have a lot of, you know, lower tier drivers crashing when they start with minimum confidence anyway. It's like, oh, Sullivan is going through the same thing we are, and he's probably going to get hit even harder, which means that I'm actually terrified of having him behind me. So yeah, confidence. Probably still need a second look here, because again, it doesn't make sense that you are literally ready to crash the car just because of the fact that you got overtaken by your teammate, because that's basically what's been happening here. And also, Sainz overtaking us should not be a cause of concern at all. we're not falling off that hard. We're falling off by... Well, we're actually falling off that hard compared to the lead. You're not wrong about that. We're on the wrong tire, though. I'll be honest. So I'll see by the end of this, but yeah, it's a little bit concerning at the moment. There's definitely been some changes, I believe, to the team starting points. But also one of the reasons why we are massively falling off is because we have worse drivers and the confidence is one issue. I'm too late here pitting them. That is a terrible, terrible move by me. We're going to just go ahead and double stack here. By the time they get to the pits, should be about 3 seconds, yeah. But yeah, that's a mistake by me, which honestly doesn't matter in this race. I should probably also go ahead and update the stream title because we're kind of done with the... I guess it's still somewhat accurate, patch 1.6 review. We're still doing something like that. So it's not all wrong. Currently holding up Gasly on fresh tires, so we're already a pit stop behind the Alpines, which is fine. If anything, we want to try and beat Sullivan, and we want to try and beat the Saubers. And so far, it's not looking good. I'll be honest about that. We'll have to see if this tire has anything better to offer us. But we are probably going to end up lapped twice there at the very least. To be fair though, Verstappen still needs to pit. And right now we're actually running about the same pace as he is, so he's not going to be lapping us yet. Sargent with a lockup, meaning that that confidence is now even further down the bin. Honestly, it's not actually a problem, because his confidence was already down in the bin to begin with, so he didn't have any to lose. Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to sim the first couple of races, because in create a team with the worst team, they're just going to be like this, unless you pick up the best drivers ever, and we also risk getting damaged because of the low confidence. So there's a couple of reasons why I would recommend just simming the first 2-3 races, because you're not going to be competitive, for one, and it's going to be much more fun once you get a little bit further into it, get a few upgrades going. Let's see here. They need to give us higher affinity, yeah. They fixed the contract buyout bug? I don't know, but they fixed the AI poaching logic and stuff like that, so potentially. Falling up pretty hard, you're probably going to get lapped 2 or 3 times. It's looking like it, yeah. Currently, we're still kind of safe, though. We've yet to be lapped, although Leclerc's getting close. So, we're probably going to end up getting lapped just the one time if we're lucky. Again, we have soft tires till the end here. They are kind of the good tire. So, we're probably going to get close to getting lapped twice, but if I remember correctly, last time we did this, it was 3 laps, so already an improvement there. Cost cap has been fixed, yes. We have the full cost cap for the first season for created team. We're not improving versus O'Sullivan. Not in the beginning, but we are now. Ever so slightly. I stay in Vegas because I didn't want to manage it. That's fair. But the problem with this game, if you're not on the soft tire, you're slower than everybody else. If you're the user and computer, still the same speed on terrible tires. To be fair though, the AI is usually very aggressive on terrible tires, so it makes sense. The same for the player if you go full attack as your tires are dying. Although we might be in a tad bit of trouble here with those spins that we acquired. You can in fact one-stop Bahrain, yes. What is my favorite Motorsport Manager game? Currently, it is probably this one. But Motorsport Manager, the first one, the original one, is still dear to my heart. It's a lot of fun. So, All time, probably Motorsport Manager. Currently, this one. Okay, honestly at this point, I am just gonna speed through the race here. We're about to get lapped here with Crawford. Took us 30 laps or so. Sargent is a little bit further off the field though. He's running next to Show. Has done another pit stop. I don't think Show's gonna survive on those tires till the end though, so he's gonna need another one. And our puny, tiny little confidence has grown slightly. So at least that is good to see here. We also caught up to O'Sullivan, who also needs to pit again. O'Sullivan is probably going to pit the same time we do. So if we have any DNFs here, Sargent is kind of in the fight potentially for a little bit extra money. But it's going to be close. And honestly, if there is an incident, I'm pretty confident we're going to be involved. So I don't know if I want that. But yeah, we've been lapped once. Crawford, good 20 seconds down the field there. It's not a good thing. And we're definitely going to be using these tires up for the most part. I think at this point, honestly, we'll push, get to the last little bit out of these if we can. And as you can see, Show has already put 10 seconds between us. So yeah, no way we're getting Show. Just it's not happening. Let's go ahead and get both cars in. And again, I think we might barely catch O'Sullivan, but it's going to be really, really close. It's going to depend on if he burns his tires down completely, though, and we keep the tire offset running for the next 16 laps. Yeah, I might have been a little bit too optimistic here. 18 seconds is not something we're closing, even with the tire offset. Sullivan is also burning his his soft tires quite a bit right now. Oh. Oh no, there's been a crash. I think Ocon was involved. Really wish there were more viable strategies. I want to test stupid stuff. Yeah. Oh, he sent the Haas to Shadow Realm. You're not going to be pitting, Ocon. You're fine. But I love that the first incident we have is just an Alpine and a Haas. It's a classic. But yeah, definitely too optimistic here with Sargent. It's kind of what you'd expect. Looks like we're going to be maybe double lap by the end. Where exactly is the leader? Paris is there. I think we'll be safe. Like, we'll get close to getting double lapped. Crawford probably is, but Sargent should be okay. Should have an experience bar to juggle confidence. Yeah. To be fair though, the first 3 races are only unplayable if you choose the hardest difficulty. Like, you can choose a car that is better, or, you know, can compete with the cars ahead of it. Right now we have a car that is decisively slower, and we also have worse drivers, so it's with hard difficulty, with worse drivers and a worse car, you're not supposed to compete. This is where you're supposed to be with the preset that we have set for ourselves. So this is actually perfectly okay by me, because we have put ourselves in this position. If I had the worst car, the worst drivers.
Could be debris.
Ocon, did you have another incident? I'll continue my rant in a second. I see 2 Alpines and a Haas again. Who do we blame for that one? Magnussen with half a front wing. Might still have some chances here of snatching some extra money. Probably should have said though that we wanted to finish 20 or above. Got a little bit too cocky. But to get back to the rant that I was doing, when we put ourselves in this position, hardest difficulty, worst car, worst drivers on the grid, yes, I expect us to finish last unless something happens. So both Ocon and Magnussen picked up 1 penalty each. They're equal now, I guess. That's funny, honestly. Who do you think will fill the Kickstarter seat? Wouldn't surprise me if they just keep Bottas. I believe he hasn't gone anywhere yet, if you so to speak. The drivers don't box after qualifying lap. That was a glitch, or rather a problem in 22. Pretty bad if that's come back here. If you want to actually develop and have fun growing your car, then they made it pretty useless. To be fair, though, the thing here is, again, I just want to make this absolutely clear. I'm playing the game on a hard development difficulty and a hard race difficulty. If you're looking for a more relaxed and fun experience, just turn one of these down. Give yourself a tier 2 car, and that way you will be somewhere between, at least before the patch. That will place you between Sauber and Alpine. You'd be able to fight with them from the get-go. You can make any challenge you want here. So if you want to fight and develop with the AI from the get-go, just give yourself a tier 2 or tier 3 car, and then you'll be able to fight with the teams around you. Give yourself a tier 4 car if you want to consistently be in the points. I think Ocon picked up suspension damage in one of his crashes, which is why he is not pitting. We're also looking okay here at the moment, I dare say. Now, funnily enough, this has put a Sargent in a position to potentially get Magnussen and Ocon. So we're going to go ahead and use all of our fuel. Sorry, all of our energy, not our fuel. We're actually not, because I just realized that we have a lapped car, or rather Sainz ahead of us, who has lapped us. And because he has lapped us, we're not actually allowed to overtake him, which is kind of a meh thing in this game, but it's reality. On the positive side, it should allow us to stay on the Sainz train to get pulled ahead. And although he has worse tires than us, he should still be faster than us, and we're kind of seeing that here in the sense that he's catching Ocon. If I'm not mistaken, with 2 seats yet to be filled, Kickstarter and RB. Yeah, you're correct, Edster, but I think everyone expects the RB seat to be filled by either Lawson or, you know, they give Rick an extension, Paris an extension, who knows. Red Bull right now is a mystery on when it comes to who they're putting in the seat for why. Ocon should be fine. I don't think the damage that he's suffering, as I mentioned, is his front wing. Front wing looks to be fine, so it's suspension, which honestly you can't really fix during a race. So that's why Ocon is still out and about. When is this patch out? It came out today for PC AVR, so if you're on console, you're going to have to wait for next week, unfortunately. Yeah, let's just get through this. We're going to simulate the next couple of races, and hopefully Japan or China will offer a little bit more entertainment. Yeah, this is kind of what you're going to have to expect with worse drivers than the rest of the grid, and also a bit of a worse car. Although we could potentially, as I mentioned, catch Ocon. 3 laps to go, should probably start pushing a tad bit earlier. But let's see here now. We're 1.5 seconds behind. Give us a little bit of fun here, and a little bit of pain for the floof. To be fair, it says 3 laps to go. We'll probably have 4. Go on, just send it. And we're back to medium confidence. Let's go. Nero, I never heard your Dawson Colapinto getting that Williams seat. I haven't followed Colapinto much, so I honestly don't have any thoughts on that, other than this weekend's going to be interesting to see how he performs. There's probably a reason why he has that seat, and I want to see if I agree with that reason, if that makes sense. Go ahead and deploy a little bit, because if we catch Show, we could potentially catch Magnussen as well. Problem, of course, is the fact that I have no clue how many laps we have left. It says 56 out of 57. We're lap 1, so... Could be 1, could be 2. Could be 3 even. So we need to clear Show and then chase down the Magnussen. Good work, Sergeant. Can also give Crawford a little bit more energy here. Leclerc just started his final lap, which I believe means that it's when he finishes. I don't remember the exact rule here, how it works on your lap, but I think we have one more to go after this. Or we need to get the overtake done now, in which case we're still looking pretty decent. Time to get that extra money. And if it doesn't finish now, then Magnus is just going to come back at us. And I'm going to be sad. I believe we have one more lap. And I am correct in that assessment. Okay. Can Sargent create a gap to Magnussen, or is that too much to ask here?
Max Verstappen over the finish line.
I thought Leclerc started the final lap, but Verstappen just 32.4 versus a 32.5. He decided that he was winning this. No discussion.
Copy that.
Okay, so this is probably Magnussen's last chance of getting an overtake done, so let's deploy a little bit here.
Copy.
And this is also where, you know, the other incidents happened, so I'd like to not get involved in any of it. This is good though, we'll take this for sure. A little bit extra money.
Okay, that was the checkered flag.
Could almost have gotten O'Sullivan as well, so pace-wise we weren't too terrible. But because of the fact that this strategy that I employ kind of slows you down at the beginning of races, this is generally what you'll be seeing a lot of.
This is a wonderful moment for Charles Leclerc as well. Such a
Okay.
beautiful result.
Definitely.
Let's go with chat here. Possible P18, indeed.
Their race strategy was very good indeed.
O'Sullivan is the new Williams driver. Sergeant will stay P18. When do I go deploy on ERS at the end of the race? Like how many laps from end? Depends very heavily on what track, because some track you get your ERS, while others don't. Like you can spend your entire ERS in one lap at, I don't remember the track name, but I know for like Belgium, you can have deploy on for like 4 or 5 laps without running out. So again, depends a lot on the track, but generally 3 laps or so before the end. Usually 2 laps if you want to be safe. It's a rule of thumb. Alpine currently ahead. Successful weekend. Well, I'm not ending. I'm so tempted to go and change the stream title to not ending the stream until we beat Alpine. Okay, so at least he's happy with the team race. He's not happy with the personal race result, and that makes me angry. That makes me unreasonably angry that he's not happy with the race result. That's a yikes moment. That makes me unhappy that he isn't happy. Okay, let's go ahead and get the pit crew training in. Again, personally, I favor the error chance training first, then going for pit stop time. But there's nothing wrong with going for time first. It's just personal preference. And that means you should not bully me for my choices. Put in 1 standard training just to maintain that. And we might as well... We're actually so far down here on pit stop time that we can actually put in a couple of trainings without issue. If I can keep it around 2.7 over the course of the season, I would be happy until we get this. Probably up to about 70 across the board. We are losing a lot of pit crew performance purely due to the fact that our sporting director is, well, unhappy with the team. And again, this is one of the problems that I have with the mentality system. Again, it goes on overall, because everyone here is similarly skilled, except for Crawford. But everyone is unhappy with everyone. So, again, mentality weakness, if you will. had a bald eagle flying over Bahrain. Which is better, neutral or top up? Top up is just if you need to recharge, if you don't just run neutral. Top up is recharging without losing the RS, whereas harvest is extremely slow where you will lose the RS. That's generally the difference between them. Okay, ATR starts today then. It's going to go into the front wing once we get a slot to develop that with. I think for Sergeant here, we're still going to gamble 18th, and I'm just going to do 21st for Crawford. Honestly, I should do just 21st for both of them, but I'm a gambling man, and we're going to be simming a couple of races here, which means that I'm probably going to end up with a wrecked car or two. Because as I mentioned, we want to get to Japan. See if we get more of a fight over the course of the season. I think I'm just going to simulate directly to the race, although, yeah, we are just going to speed this along. Argentinian money got called up into a seat. I didn't want to give him up to Williams. French will never lose.
Preparing for 50 flat-out laps under the lights.
To be fair, though, I think the French helped the Americans when they want to get rid of the British.
Racing a thrilling affair, but even a world champion can be caught out in between the narrow walls.
In my set, when a driver pits, they lose their tire. For real? But yeah, the French kind of... This is the wrong way around. You're not supposed to qualify over... Session effect. Okay, you're taking the Coca-Cola advertisement or bang, I guess. The Rockstar drink here. The triple Chevron 2 marketability, though. That's rough. And, yeah, I can't actually change anything here, so... Let's just get through the race.
Well, that's another race wrapped up for Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, and in the end, it was a finish in P6, which will bring...
Oh. That's a shame that I pressed skip there because someone turned out the lights there and Crawford did not finish, but Sargent did get his 18th place. Okay. Ocon, lap 1, out. Sargent versus Ocon, 2-0. Okay, now the question is just how much damage did we suffer? Do we need to buy him a new car? Hey, he's up to neutral now, so he's going to perform even better. And honestly, this is actually the kind of annoying part with confidence too. Head race engineer affinity up. So you need to have a good mentality to get them at affinity up quicker, which again, just turns into a negative feedback loop because bad confidence leads to bad mentality because you get worse results. Okay. A front wing and suspension. So I guess he pulled a... stroll and hit the wall somewhere. The RS damage is not good, but the... Honestly, not a bad crash. I can take it. It's acceptable, Crawford. You are forgiven for this one incident of crashing. Just this one, though. Don't make it a common thing. Should drop Logan for Franco. Does driving marketability going down have any real consequences? So the way that I look at it, when it comes to sponsor targets, or rather sponsor goals, I believe it does. We go to the sponsor plan here. So, if you have a driver being a part of one of the activities here, their marketability has an effect, I believe, of how many points you can get. But apart from that, you should be fine. And yeah, this is an abomination that I need to fix at one point. I feel bad that I wasted time on that. I also need to go and get a drink. We are going to also go ahead and get an underfloor. You know what? I'm going to give a bonus to our boy. I'm going to give a bonus to Sergeant. He's going to get an underfloor for Australia, and then he's going to wreck his car. Astra Edition requires, I guess you could say. Yeah, we are going to need to make a second underfloor, yes. I'm not forgetting about that. But because it takes a long time to get the front wing made, I want to get this thing done first, and also because it has a huge impact on how far up the rankings we're going to go for low speed. Now, I'm going to try and get my points before we go to Monaco. So we need to get the front wing made before then, and we're not going to get the second edition made. It's not happening. Let's be perfectly honest. But we can get at least the first edition made, which is going to be helpful. And then we're probably going to get the revving started once we get this chassis done. And then we'll start the underfloor once the suspension or the side pod is finished. That's going to be my development plan for this start of the season, if you will. I think we're also going to wait with starting to, again, you can boost your mentality quite a bit by just building buildings. We're going to wait with that until we get to Japan. That's when we're going to start doing that. And then China should hopefully be our first points. It has been before. Let's see if the AI has developed a point where it won't be this time around. I'll sell the goat. Cast the carries. Is the setup still random when you sim free practice? I don't know, Jukebox. We can honestly test that in Australia. Of course, the simulator is a concerning piece of equipment. It doesn't really do anything. Okay, chassis design is complete. No way we get that before Melbourne. I could rush one before... Sorry, I could rush them before Suzuka. 500,000 extra. The quicker we are competitive, the quicker we can start getting mentality boost. So, against my better judgment, I'm going to get that up and running before Suzuka. Now, also, DRS Delta, you can actually do whichever you want it, if you want it or not. It doesn't really matter much. It's good for your qualifying. It's going to allow you to qualify better because DRS has an effect in qualifying. But apart from that, it's actually not anything necessarily beneficial. But again, I don't lose much from putting it on the car, which is why I've started doing it. Of course, also going to maximize the medium speed cornering. That should be a-okay. Now, I'm also going to go ahead and move those 2 extra engineers that we have over on the side pod. Get that done a little bit quicker. Need that extra cooling. It's going to go down with the chassis. Let's see here. Why is Wolf happy? Well, a Pinto replacing Sergeant, I'm happy. Sergeant needs all the mentality buffs? Yeah. For share crash has wrecked me in the cost cap. Well, the cost cap has been fixed now, Cal, so you should have a better time. Seems to be braced to get top speed now in development. Does the AI actually use their sliders then? That's going to be interesting. Does my manager rating impact marketability? I don't believe so. As you can see, it's affiliates, the facilities, team rating, and the drivers. So we have 58 out of 1,000 marketability. We are terrible for the brand. To put it in this perspective, we have 0.6% marketability, rounded up. No, wait, that's... Is it wrong? Yeah, it's wrong. It's 5.8. Why is my math failing me right now? Yes, it's wrong. It's 1,000 that fooled me. Yeah, I believe your manager rating has no effect on it. So you are fine in that regard. Okay, let's demoralize SAC by putting the new underfloor on car number 1 here. And with that, high-speed cornering up to 15th, 17th, and 19th. Yeah, 6% there. I got fooled, but at least I caught myself in my own tomfoolery. Why are you... Are you joking me? I put the new underfloor on and now you're negative? Wow. Wow, that's painful. That's painful. I've been bamboozled. We're also gonna get another cost cap going, so another underfloor going, so we can have it on both cars in Japan. But yeah, that is that's a yikes moment.
It's wonderful to be back down under.
See you later,
The
Jasper.
Australian Grand
Nice
Prix.
to
We're a stone's
nice to have
throw
you drop
from the
by.
beach here at the Albert Park Circuit. It might be party mood in the grandstands, but
There's
in
no
the
still no
paddock,
reached upgrade facilities. Not your CFD and wind tunnel. The rest are fine to upgrade. Rockstar energy drinks associated with Andretti. Sales immediately go to the rock bottom. Cost cap, we're not charged the 30 million at the start now. So basically the feature that everyone was kind of praising wasn't really a feature because it just nerfs the player too much. Okay, so top speed in general just has been lowered. That makes sense. Give the underfloor to Jack instead. Not really. Is mentality hard to get? No. I'm pretty sure that once they get mentality rolling past Japan, it's not going to be a problem. Unless we crash a lot. In which case it could be. But that's kind of the thing here. Once we get mentality rolling, if you know what you're doing, generally it's very hard to lose it again. And we're just going to use the initial buff from building buildings to keep it forever. That's at least going to be the plan. So one of the questions was, does the AI now do random rolls on the setup? So I'm going to set up what should be a fairly decent starting point here for both drivers, and we'll sim the practices one by one. And we'll see if they switch up the sliders in a terrible manner. I believe I've heard rumor that it has been fixed, but we'll see here. Americans only care about horsepower and speed. Okay, this looks, with the exception of this, which honestly is in a good place, looks to kind of be what we expected. So, yeah, it seems to have been somewhat fixed. It's a lot better, at least what it used to be. Although it seems like for this example, it seems like they went out of their way to mess one slider up pretty badly. So let's see what we do here now in second practice, if that fixes it. Oval racing is as interesting as golf. One of my friends heard you say that he would take you to a priest. How dare you say such a thing in about golf? I don't mind though. I don't find golf that interesting. I do understand the appeal, but personally I'm not interested in it, so it is fine. But it's one of those things, like, you can understand why some people like it. It's chill, it's calming, it's just a little bit too chill and too slow for me personally. Okay, I'll simulate through the last practice session here. And it seems like it is a lot better than it used to be. Simming practice now, you can do the sliders, and it seems like the AI doesn't send them all the way to, you know, Neptune, if you will. 92 and 95 before we do the final adjustment is plenty good, if you ask me. And I'm just going to do the lace thing here and just fix anything that is out of line. And then we're going to speed through this race as well and see if we can have some fun in Japan. Started in getting P15 with this one. '20th. You're a little bit off there. We'll have to see what the race has to offer. I watched golf, I would be offended.
Now, after the excitement of that race, we can...
Okay. Oh, the Freedom Tower ended up 12th. I don't see any Alpines ahead of us. Should try lowering the fuel before I sim it. Well, the Freedom Tower did well, so... To be fair, though, in class, I'm required to have patience, so we're not speedrunning classes, particularly not for little kids who need a little bit of extra time to learn things. So, yeah, I am very different in class than I am on stream in terms of how quickly I move through stuff. I'm way slower in the stream, in the classroom. Gasly and Ocon both beat this time. And Crawford ended up 22nd again. I think they've balanced the cars potentially a little bit, but driver stats might still be a little bit too much of a little bit too much of an effect here. Hello, Squilliam. What a name. I'm glad you enjoyed the videos. But yeah, I probably should try lowering the fuel before I submit. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. And I love the fact that this man put it in 12th and just like, meh. Car still sucks, the staff still sucks, and the facilities are atrocious. Once we get you up to enthusiastic mentality, we might get a race win this year. And why would I need to refurbish a sim? It hasn't even been a month of gameplay. See? That's why CFD sims are absolutely useless. How's the AI upgrade trend? I've only done 3 races, so I don't know yet. Fofus. I spent like half an hour trying to make a logo that looks terrible, so don't worry. But we'll take a look at it. We'll honestly take a look at it going before we go into Japan. I think that would be a good kind of break point to take a look at it. So let's go ahead and do that. We can rush a couple of pieces here also before we go into Japan to make the Freedom Tower even more powerful. And I think we'll do that. We'll focus one car until we can focus both. It is a decent enough strategy, don't get me wrong. So there's nothing wrong with doing that. Gonna rush one side pod. And we're also gonna go ahead and assign now that second underfloor. And if we take a look in now, again, these are the gains compared to our initial underfloor. So still a pretty good good gain here. And if we compare it to the non-upgraded underfloor, I think I'm very happy with how this looks. Is there a point in investing in top speed here? Getting extra 27 for that loss in cornering. Nah, I'm fine with this. Put the extra engineers on. I don't really want to waste money here this first season on things that we don't kind of need to. It's bad for business. So let's not go ahead and do that. Suspension here is finished. Let's go ahead and manufacture one for Logan. And I'm going to start doing a little bit of a side pod design here. And the main reason why we're doing the side pod here is because we can get a little bit of a boost in top speed and engine cooling. So we're going to do a couple of these designs there purely to build expertise. Now, if I want to do this quick, I could do intense, but financially it doesn't make sense. We still have buildings that need upgrades. So let's not take that risk. And with that said, we're going to start building these buildings now. And because the memorabilia room and the helipad take 5 days, we're actually going to get 2 upgrades going before we go to Japan. So that worked out perfectly, and I promise you, it was not planned at all. It was actually very, very lucky that we stopped where we stopped. Let's see here. Hello, Parker. Parker Petrov. Petrov Parker. Probably going to butcher your name a couple of times. Apologies again. 60 key for refurbish is cheap, yeah, but we didn't need to, so waste of money. Let's see. Is there any update in terms of car dev slider to the video I posted on launch? No, I'm probably going to still use the same sliders, but the AI is going to be a little bit more competitive jukebox. Hi, Nero, what did they fix with the new patch? A bunch of stuff, Maurice. I'd really recommend you having a look at the patch notes themselves. I think I spent half an hour at the start of the stream going through them. There's a bunch of different things that have been fixed, so can't really summarize it here. I'd forget something, and again, it's just a huge patch. Logo looks good from a distance, like from a mile away. When am I planning to do the race replay for Netherlands? I guess we could finish the stream off with doing that race replay. I don't mind doing that. I think it would be funny if Crawford gets points before Logan. I don't think that happens unless Logan crashes and takes out like 10 drivers. I'll be honest. I think that is going to be the requirement for that happening. But whoever has the monkey paw, I'm not asking for it to happen, so don't touch that thing. Leave it be. Put it down. Okay. Now, we're going to have to try and balance a few things here, and that's what I'm going to try and do now. Balancing the training, if you will. Because I actually hate having it unbalanced, although wheel gun is the one you want to focus if you're purely looking for lowering the chance of errors. But just looks prettier when everything is at the same level, or at least close to it. I can tolerate a little bit of a difference. That's acceptable. We'll have to do this again to get them up to 70. This is basically the point where I'm happy. We still aren't safe mentality-wise, so I'm fine with taking a bit of a pause here, keeping them around 70, and then working on getting those times down a little bit. We're still not stable mentality-wise. We're going to need to have a couple of good results for that to happen. So China, in particular, Miami would be nice. Sprints give you double mentality boosts because, again, Frontier doesn't really play this game. And the reason why they give double mentality boosts is because you can have good result in the sprint, and you can have good result in the race, and they both count individually. But they did say that they've kind of fixed that, basically, in this patch, so I'm looking forward to seeing if they actually have. Okay, Logan, 78 rated. Yeah, you're probably still 78 rated. Not really any massive boosts there, to be fair. Yeah, don't worry, Maurice. It's fine. I don't mind. You have to turn off the tutorial. To be fair, I've never played the tutorial, so I would actually not know. Okay, sponsor plan. Can we actually... We are so far off the engagement target, it's not even funny. Let's do double factory down, because again, this doesn't seem to actually do anything. Wind tunnel, always a good one. Don't really want to do the science center, but CFD is fine. I don't want to do anything with Sergeant. Just send a couple of school. Send you to school and we get 900k. We need to perform well so we can get some money. Goal is still 90 or above. Are we actually above it now with that 12th place finish? Yeah, we are. Oh, love that. Again, it's a little bit... I'm a little bit keen to floof. I'll admit that. It's not very nice what I'm doing. I think we're going to get started on the other components that we're going to need for the future. So let's get this started. Still going to take a month, basically, before we get our next piece. So yeah, I'm fine with this. Let's leave that as is. Take everything as read. Head into the next race weekend with the facility upgrades to the helipad and also to the memorabilia room. What is this? A dedicated space for your board of directors to hold meetings? The memorabilia room? I know that says boardroom there, but is this like a tip that popped up randomly? What is this? Why is that there? Oh, it's because I went into the screen. Okay, I understand now. I went into the screen, but it's still weird that it just popped up because I pressed go to. Oh, that was confusing. Also gonna get started on the team hub. One of those nice things to upgrade. And I would like to get to Science Center level 2 before next season, but financially, we are still not in the green, so let's not play it too risky here. We have time to make a suspension before China, so let's get started on that. And let's dress up the Freedom Tower here. And we'll see exactly how good the car is going to turn out now. And if the AI can compete with our developments. So, immediately here, doesn't seem like we're as quick as we would have been otherwise doing this upgrade pattern. 8th, 13th, and 17th is not, glowing gains, if you will. High preservation and engine cooling is looking good, though. How are we looking compared to Alpine? Or rather, Kick Sauber we can take a look at first. We have overtaken them. Quite drastically, I might add. The high-speed cornering in particular. 160 advantage. How we're looking against... Let's see, we're just going to go through the teams and take a look. Alpine, we have overtaken. We're also very close to them in terms of top speed. Yeah, huge high speed cornering advantage here. Mercedes, we're actually close to Mercedes in high speed cornering. But they should beat us still very, very healthily. Who would be the fast team? Aston Martin? Okay. Could see points here, if we're lucky, and keep it on the track. Wonder what we expect here. We actually have someone now with a positive mentality too, so this is looking great. Hello, Tinny. Sorry, I was in my own world going through things here. I'm going to catch up with chat here now before we go into the race. How much more competitive are the AI now? They seem to develop better, but to be fair, we're at the 4th race of the season, so it's a little bit too early to make up an opinion, I feel. I'm probably going to have a patch review, quote-unquote, out tomorrow, where I go a little bit more deeper into it. If I have time, I'm probably going to try and simulate a couple of seasons to take a look at it. I got a genie lamp. Shall I make that wish? Try it. Logan is a team player. And I hope you have a good day at work, Noboru. Miami started his home race. That's the 2-lap push in quality stopped working. It was mainly a thing in 23. I haven't really tested out much in 24. I think you're hitting the engagement end day. Nope. French are preparing for a stylish comeback. What, are they going to take me out? Board got tired of being in the shed. I'm never giving the board a room. It's just a waste of money, I feel. We're also going to gamble here in Crawford, performing better. 14th on the grid. It's points. We're forecast points. In the immortal words of George Russell, I was forecast a podium. I need to get a drink here. I've been meaning to get a drink for like the last hour, but I've just forgotten it constantly.
This unique track is a favorite home for motorsports, and it welcomes us back this weekend. Get ready for exhilaration and speed with the
What's happening,
Japanese
Tekka?
Grand Prix.
What have Williams done to you? American, that's a voice. Are you just adding a couple more eagles every time we get closer to points? Red Bull kicked Verstappen for Stroll. What year are you in? That sounds interesting. I'll be honest. We're gonna just set up the basic sliders here to start off with. We're still gonna simulate the entire thing. And then we'll do quali and see if we can do some cheeky stuff for this race weekend. Simulate to quali 1. It's just an energy drink. No alcohol, unfortunately. I need to be at work tomorrow. It's 8 p.m. So yeah, unfortunately no alcohol today. Although I probably could get away with it if I had any in the fridge. But yeah, energy drink keeps me going until I get today's video done. At least it's going to be the plan. Okay, I think that is acceptable. Let's get started.
We should have the green light now.
I love that we're starting with red confidence. Low confidence for the boys here with new upgrades. They hate them. Who did you work against there? I'm not following. 25, that's a little bit too soon to kick Verstappen. Have I changed development strats? So it's still really strong. Cornering is probably still going to be king. But the AI is going to be more competitive now, based on the changes. So, probably still going to be strong, but the AI are going to be closer to you. I'm sorry, Fernando. I don't speak what I assume to be Spanish. If anyone could translate for me so I could respond to the question or statement, I would appreciate that. Verstappen as a free agent in 25. Okay. If that is on the new patch, then I have some... then I would like to lodge a complaint. Yeah, this is still everything at the lowest level versus hard AI. Kind of have to have similar stars if I want to compare to all the saves to see what feels different. Hello, gaming villain. And some pull in China. The game is in maintenance and GeForce is also in maintenance. I assume they play over GeForce now then maybe? That's unfortunate. Enjoy your dinner, Landon Oris. Looks good so far, but haven't really delved too deep into it. Motomedi. So, can't give a decisive answer to that just yet. Probably gonna have a video on that tomorrow. Sergeant Paul. Yeah, temporarily, Paul. But we're a full second ahead of Ocon. It's looking good, lads. Probably gonna have to do another run. Oh. Why, when something happens, is it always you two? Free run through Q1, and that is 2 competitors gone. I can't actually blame Stroll for that one, as sad as that is. And of course, I swear, this game has a bias against it, you know. It has a bias against drivers at their home track, because that was Tsunoda sending Stroll to the Shadow Realm in Japan. Okay, we're just going to take the opportunity here to just go out immediately. See if we can improve. I think Crawford needs to improve. I think Sargent is probably safe. But Crawford does need a little bit of improvement, so we'll just send both out. Not only did you go off, but you pulled some black magic there.
Now we're watching the action closely here. Things were all right here.
I want to have a look at the rejoin.
Just lock up there, and they
Okay, that makes...
their own passenger.
Okay, that looks a lot better on the replay than it did from the the initial camera angle. Let's put it like that. The 1.6 patch should be out. I would assume it's GeForce having an issue then, Fernando. I don't know. It's working for me. Hard-coded an accident, nothing new. Hard-coded crash at home. I didn't actually realize this. Did Crawford improve? I think he improved a little bit. But he should be safe then, I would think. E9. It's already looking good. I think we gamble on sitting out. There's a lot of greens. I love when I see 357-second green sector. Alonso will probably... He didn't actually improve past us. Oh. Gasly out. Technically, we are about to reach Q3. Just about. Just tune in. How's the patch? Feels good so far. But again, haven't really played far enough to really get a... Like, make up a full... To be fair, we'll just use fresh tires here. Get another one for the Q3 for make it through. Haven't really played enough to make up an opinion yet. And particularly when it comes to AI development, that's going to have to be analyzed over the course of a season, rather than just the first 4 races or so. But from what I've seen from the patch so far, it looks like it's going to be a good one. And I have very high hopes. I am using the extended UI, yes, but I do need to upgrade it to the new version. There's a glitch with folks' tires not being put on half the pit stops. Wait, did they make realistic best of the Sauber? I haven't run into that glitch yet, but I don't know, Willen. Just this is a fourth race. I'll have probably a video on that tomorrow night around this time. That where I go a little bit more in depth on if this patch is a decent upgrade or not. Sergeant definitely got held up.
Stay negative on your delta.
Crawford also definitely got held up there.
And you can cool the engine a bit.
We're gonna need to do another run, I think, for both of our boys. Yeah, it's not out for console yet. Do I know what affects the development rate of your drivers? Drivers of the same age have different development rates. Basically, development, or rather improvement, is a hidden rating that has an effect on how quickly they develop, and it's individual for every driver. The reason why Antonelli grows insanely quickly is because he has one of the highest ratings in the game. Floof with the baguettes. I should take the Floof comment there, the French baguette versus American Eagle, and make that just the title of this series. Honestly, that should just be the thumbnail. Yeah. Okay, let's just get these guys out for another run. And if we do it manually, we should be able to do another one if we need to get into Q3. I think hopefully we can do something here with Sergeant. Currently, I'm holding up the RB. Don't punish me. I'm pretty sure that is Rick on a fast lap too. So, yeah. That's sabotage of the highest order, but you have no evidence. We're trying a fast lap here. It's kind of silly though, but you can actually sabotage drivers by manually taking control, because the game just thinks you're on a fast lap when you manually take control. And that is a little bit silly and also a little bit broken, because you can basically make a real effort to slow down your competitors when you do this. I would think Rick is on a fast lap. Yeah, he was. That's the scary part. We held Rick there. We kept him parked so he could not set a fast lap. And Bottas in 10th. We should be able to beat both Bottas and Albon, not to mention Magnussen here, with Sargent. So I'm very curious what kind of lap times he's going to be setting. 31.7, so same as he did it earlier. So he's not really improving. 37.2, a little bit of an improvement. Crawford, on the other hand, is not improving. Into 10th. Okay, fingers crossed. We barely did not beat out Magnussen. Okay. Crawford, I assume you two across the line. Get your asses back into the pit lane here, and we'll do one more run. I'm sorry for laughing, but that... Okay, we need to actually beat Magnussen, because we are not beating Sainz. Let's just be perfectly honest here. Sainz is going to beat us. We need to beat Magnussen for our last slot. That was supposed to belong to Stroll. That's what we need to do. How's Pad 1.6 feeling? Pretty good so far. Most of the fixes, though, are going to kind of show their head after a season or two. It's the extended UI mod, Tom. Thumbnail's about to get political. Nah, nothing political, just fun. Like, if someone finds any of the jokes that we make here, anything like that, not fun, you're free to let us know. Honestly, I would honestly prefer it if you just told us that I don't find this in good taste. Please stop. So don't worry about it. Just speak your mind if you find it to be a little bit over the top. And we might
Take
stop.
available.
I'm not going to guarantee that we stop, but we'll probably slow down a little bit. Or at least tone it down a tad. Yeah, it did sound happy. It sounded like it was going on a little adventure there. Whee! Hello, Anna. Have I tried pitting it? What? What's up with my pit banners? I didn't see them, but clearly I need to go back and check the VAR. I'm neither American nor British Neo. I'm actually Norwegian. But I played online games with people from all over the world. So my accent is whatever I feel like that accent should be at any given time. You can bring out the Scottish or the Irish accent too if you wish. And just mentioning that kind of brought me closer to it, so please don't ask for it. Improvement for both our drivers so far. Very good to see. Bring out the Scottish accent. I'll get cancelled. Too much swearing when I speak in a Scottish accent. Oh, Sargento! No. Piastri, no. Mercy. Mercy, Pastry. Unfortunately, didn't improve enough here for Crawford. 1,000 behind Albon. Piastri is going to beat us. He's half a second quicker. Unless he really messes up the third sector. That is close, though. P11 going into Japan. I'd say that's points on the table. I know, Floof, that you don't find it to be a issue, but like other people might. So it's fine to speak up if you feel like the bullying or the teasing gets too much. Appreciate that, Neil. The safety car can crash when you patch? I don't know. I know they crashed in reality today, but that's more like a test run. For those of you who don't know, when the safety car does their first laps, they push the car as hard as possible around the track. Kind of like a quality lap for the F1 cars. But if the safety car gets called out during a race because there's been an incident, it'll drive a little bit slower than that. So basically, even the safety car has practice, if you will, and the safety car will drive a little bit slower than that just to be on the safe side so that it doesn't, crash out. Yes, this season 1. I believe we did get our engagement paid out, about 2 million. An Aussie accent. Honestly, the only people that I haven't really played with is probably Aussies. Crikey, mate. So that one's going to be horrible. Why pastry? Why? Let's wait to pit crew. Honestly, as long as you don't have them exhausted, that's probably the best way. You are going to need a good sporting director to get any kind of huge gains in your pit crew. Then, so that's honestly the best thing. Just get a 90+ rated sporting director. Tekka, did you just say that you will defend Floof with your loaf? The baguette? Probably wouldn't have got better than 10th anyways. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, 11th isn't a bad place for us to start. Oh my god. I don't think I've seen this much water in a race before, lads. Why do you want inters? Like, what is the strategy, AI? But look at this. It wants to use the inter in this little dip. Do we not have 2 wet tires? We have 2 wet tires. Thank the... But look, same here for Crawford. I assume that means that my weather center is just completely broken and it might be the period here. Oh, okay. That's gonna be interesting for sure. I haven't really gone over much of the changes, poggers. Most of them are kind of long term. So what I've seen so far though has been promising. Can't answer that yet, William. Just 4 races in, but the AI does seem to feel quite a bit better just 4 races into the game, I feel. Katrina's back. Stack overflow in the water. Yeah, we'll have to see here. It is raining heavily. Okay, so we're just living reality right now. In for a fun little surprise after that first pit stop. Yeah, potentially. Okay, let's see here. I think we go just full attack. And then we're going to go another wet tire full attack. We're probably going to take care of it a little bit for like 5 laps. And then we just go full send. I think that is the best we can do. There could be, of course, a small interstint in here because it's kind of what the game is hinting towards. But if my if my weather boys are this off, then I'm firing them. Then I'm firing them. Well, to be fair, there is no weather boys to fire now that I think about it, because I don't know how to say this. I don't have a weather center. We demolished the weather center to build the... Oh my god, if that backfires... I demolished the weather center in order to build the hospitality center to get more money. So if that backfires, that would actually be kind of it would be hilarious, but in a horrible way. Do I put on a new engine for this one? I think we're fine. Yeah, as you can see, the crash that Crawford had really just hit the RS only for the most part. I think we just go for it.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into
9.8? I thought it capped out at 8 millimeters.
Get ready. It's the Japanese Grand Prix.
The first Atlantis GP? Yeah, look at this. To be fair though, my computer might die, and if the stream gets choppy, let me know. Wait. No, Ferrari, what have you done? How could you do this to How could you do this to the chair? Look what they've done. Look how they massacred my boy. Although it could be that this is the correct strategy. But Alonso and Russell as well. We did not get stuck behind them. The question is, Crawford, he is kind of in a problematic situation right now. That's Russell, that's Alonso. You know what? It is a risk, but it's a risk that I'm willing to take. I need you to clear. Look at this! They don't know how to drive past. Look. I love the AI on the wrong tire. It's so badly done in this game that it becomes hilarious. Because you just step out of the way when you're on the wrong tire. As if you're getting lapped. But if you hit it in the wrong place, you lose so much time. Come on, Crawford. Please get by the Leclerc.
How was the track?
Because look at this. The best thing about them starting on wets, we've done not a lot of the first lap. They've lost 5%. It's going to start pissing down in 4 minutes. By that, they're going to be they will have lost about 40% of their tires. I'm not even joking. And it started now in 7th place. This could be legendary. Vertigo, Holland? Holland. Vertigo is a little bit too whiny on the pitch for me. If that makes sense. He's like a good player, for sure. But in the games that I've seen him, there's a lot of complaining that he somehow gets away with scot-free. And that rubs me the wrong way. Okay. We're ambitious, but still rubbish. We're sabotaging? Yeah. Bad sabotage, though. We're up into 7th, Bloof. The Ferrari master plan? Strategi regret. Oh, go on, Sergeant. You can get Hamilton and Sainz. They're easy pickings right now. Oh, I need to catch up with the chat. I'm sorry. Am I watching iRacing? What's my system specs? I think it is a... Like, my CPU is overkill currently. Ryzen 3900X, I think. And a 4070 for a graphics card. So my setup is currently a little bit overkill. But I will proudly admit that I used basically last year's YouTube money to upgrade my PC. So I feel like it was worth it. How much better is the AI development post-patch? It looks a lot better just by race 4, but I'm probably going to have to do a little bit more of the season to make a definitive answer there, Glizzy. Probably going to have a video up on that tomorrow. To be fair though, we're not going to stay on these tires for a long time, so it's fine to turn them into barbecue. As Sargent comes up the inside of Hamilton. But Hamilton is just so much quicker that we can't do anything. No need to get angry. Crawford is also looking good currently. Still in 14th, but he did get held up by the wet runners. We're trying again. We're about to get put into the pit lane. Well, the pit exit. But we are putting Hamilton under pressure currently. The issue is that we are running out of energy. And we are kind of cooking the tires massively. That is just A-okay at the moment. Question now is, have we actually created a huge enough gap here that we can pit and come out ahead of Leclerc? We will probably by the end of this. I'll be honest and admit. But again, the main issue that the initial wet runners are going to have is the fact that, consider this. Those 4 cars are out of this race. There's no way they aren't. That they have 1 extra wet tire. It's not going to last till lap 53. The AI is going to burn it way before that. Of course, if we get the instant prediction, then maybe. But Crawford should also have a couple of easy overtakes here. He isn't as quick as Sargent is. He's still lacking 2 upgrades. But yeah, so far this is looking quite interesting. I think we'll just stay behind Hamilton. And we see if we can do the undercut, maybe. Luke in the wall? No, don't say that. We are checking. Yeah. So pre-patch, I used to research the hell out of the regs. It did nothing. Research still did quite a bit pre-patch, so... I don't know, did you use balance sliders? Because basically you're doing the same as the AI. You kind of need to put your sliders in the correct spots to get the main benefit of research. Hamilton is faster than you. I would park the car and just leave right there. Yeah, that's the thing, Floof. I'm pretty sure they will, so... And the best part is, all 4 of them are top 10 cars. Overall opinion patch looks very promising so far, Mikey, but it's very early still. Most of the big fixes are for basically late game to see if the AI is developing, so I'm gonna have probably a video out on that tomorrow. If you click down here, you can click here to I don't know if there's a hotkey for this. I haven't checked, but I would assume there might be one. Russell is pitting onto a new set of wets. He's gonna puncture by the end of the... No way, it's not puncturing. Oh my god, this is peak AI strategy. Oh, I forgot to... I keep on forgetting about Crawford here, I'll be honest, but... We need to have him get past Gasly. I think we do one more lap here before we go on the wet tires. That should be fine. We're still going to push fuel because, again, wet weather, you can gain your fuel back a lot quicker. But we're definitely going to go conserve once we go into wet tires here, I'm thinking. I'm so confused by the AI here. Leclerc failed to register a lap time. I guess you could look at it like his lap time got deleted. He's pitting. But yeah. Keep in mind, Russell has just run one lap on these tires and they're already gone. Question now is, do we jump in on this lap? It's still going up very, very slow. The interval is now big enough that it doesn't matter when we pit. It's basically just time management at this point. Crawford could still try and do some cheeky stuff here to, you know, undercut some of the cars ahead. But I still think it's too... Maybe not. I see double Red Bull. So I think what we do is we get Crawford in, because he would actually benefit from potentially jumping some of the cars ahead. And we allow Sargent to run one more lap. And I straight up think that our best strategy here is just to care of the wet tires, burn them towards the end, and that way we should be able to make something happen here. See, the pit lane is a little bit laggy. Hey, Crawford. Tsunoda, Gasly staying out. Gasly is the one we want to jump. So, you attack this lap. Track condition has changed to wet. Question now is, Hamilton is getting held up currently by Tsunoda. Do I want to gamble on sending Sargent out for one more lap? What's the difference in pit time here? 23. Okay, so we're basically the same in terms of pace. No, I think we pit. I think we just pit. We go for that 7th place. We don't gamble and lose a place to, say, Albon. That would suck more. And for Crawford here, we're going to slow him down once he reaches the timing line, or the finish line, if you will. Okay, need a clean stop here. Can't allow Albon to get an advantage. Very, very nice. And Tsunoda is still staying out. And the same here for the top 4. That's very interesting. Show with a pit stop issue. Puts Crawford up a place. Tune him down. And we're also going to go conserve now. And again, we kind of just need to take care of these tires. We can run attack after 5 laps or so. Because we will be faster running attack and burning these tires down when we can. Check Russell's car to see if he has tires. Well, the thing is, Russell has already... Like, if we go into the tire history here. Russell started on a wet tire. He pitted with about 50% left. And same did all 4 of these bottom cars. So they're on their final wet tire. They don't have any more tires at this point. They're out. Like, fully. And that is going to make things a little bit interesting here. Sargent, where's Sainz? He's just come out. Rick is still... He's still out there. He's still trying. It's Verstappen being 5 seconds quicker. Verstappen is getting held up now. Go on, Rick. Play the hero role for us. We're going to run top up here for a little bit. We're actually running these cold at the moment, so... Turn it up to aggressive for now. See what we can do. I have high hopes for this race so far. 3.75 is optimal. Pit, pit, pit. I don't know, Finn. Sorry, I don't know where the hotkeys are. I haven't really looked at them in a while. It's basically just a visual bug with the pit lane firearm. So that might be a chance at points. Are you kidding me? No more Alpine sandwich. Crawford is also getting close to points there. 47. We ran 1.3 seconds quicker there than Hamilton on that last lap. And also because the wet weather is getting to the level that it is, could have some fun stuff happening. Rick is still out there. He's gonna be losing out massively now. Putting Crawford up to 11th, unless I'm mistaken. Hamilton has sped up quite a bit though, so not really someone that we will be able to catch. A Sergeant has done a silly one. He crashed. Who jinxed us? Who told us that we were going to crash at the start of this race? That's also rear wing damage, unless I'm mistaken. That's everything damage.
Okay, stand by.
Sergeant.
I keep you updated.
Yeah, that kind of puts us in a pretty terrible position here because we are not keeping these wets alive. We also have a hole in the rear wing. So what we're going to do here is allow Sergeant to run one more lap on full attack. And if we see that those times are absolutely terrible, we are going to be pitting him. He also destroyed his gearbox. This was the one race where you had huge opportunity, Sarge. Then you destroyed your car. Okay, 38.1. So he's already a second slower than a lot of the cars around him. He's slower than Crawford. Again, with an upgraded car with better stats, that's not good. Basically, what we're most likely going to end up doing is just straight up retiring him because he has too much damage to the car. 45.8. Is that similar to the ones around him? He's running similar times there to Albon, but that's not really a, a positive. I guess we could argue that he is still competitive, but the tire loss here is the biggest issue, honestly. And now that if we have him running conserve, he's going to get overtaken. Confidence is going to get even lower. So we have a decision to make here. I don't think he's going to get points. It's too early in the race for him to crash to get points. I think we are going to have to retire him. Because, again, he's just not going to be competitive. He lost too much tire from that incident. America's team get double points? Nick, how dare you? The second you said that. Simulating real life as expected. That hurts. Yeah. I think we've sabotaged the car. Sounded like James Wells. I think this is basically how, this kind of the analysis you're going to have to make when this happens. Is it worth it to keep the car out there, or would it be better to just pit it and save it for the next race? And honestly, I'm really, really going that way because the tire is one thing, but in this case, we'd have to run him on conserve for both tires there, and that just is not going to work. It's just not viable. So I think we are just going to have to retire Sergeant here, as painful as that is. And also, this is basically Sergeant giving a big middle finger to our upgrade schedule because we've rushed 3 of these components that he has now destroyed. I think I'm making an extra chassis. That one is not going to be a problem. The underfloor, I don't think I'm making an extra one of those. Neither the suspension. Well, I am making suspension, but that's supposed to go on Crawford's car. I think retirement is the correct choice here. Very easy to save up on fuel. Yeah. Do now leave him out. The thing here also that I have a problem with leaving him out is that he's very unlikely to score any points. And with his confidence already being in the dirt, it's very likely that leaving him out is going to have him completely destroy the car. So I'm going to go ahead here and make the difficult choice of retiring the Freedom Tower. I could potentially still get the sponsor target. Like, he's going to get the sponsor target purely because these 4 cars are not going to be finishing. like Leclerc, Russell, Stroll, Alonso. He's now in the same bin as they are. But keeping up for the sponsor goal is actually a good shout. But we're currently risking a little bit more damage than what the sponsor goal would give back. But I'm all for it. Let's go for it. Let's give him a chance to get a little bit of sponsorship money for us. I think we run this stint on light. And how... Like, you can survive, just about. It's going to be a lot slower. But it is doable. So we're just going to run him on light when this happens. Oh, we're actually getting dry towards the end there. So even his sponsor goal is now in danger. Let's see, lap 40-ish. Well, what I need to know here is just how long the tires would survive. So if we pit him, this would generally be what we put him on. But this also means that Crawford now can just go full attack because he has... Okay, let's make a strategic choice for Crawford too. Because clearly we are getting that Inter spout that was promised. The question is going to be here, is it going to be worth it to do another pit stop for Crawford and go full attack? Or would it be better to take care of our tires? So let's check the calculations, what they have to offer us in that regard. Basically... Similar race times because it's the same strategy, but if we do this and say run it normal, which is what we would have to do to get to lap 40, we'd save about 13 seconds doing this. We are going to push with Crawford, go all in, and as I mentioned it seems to be around lap 40 where we would be switching, but that's also up for debate. It could be earlier than that. But we're going to gamble on pushing here, trying to get... Maybe Magnussen, maybe 9th by the end of this. Let's see what we can do here in this race that has been, unfortunately, pretty ruined. Just a silly save something. Yeah. Sergeant getting a podium with damage now. We are going to get an interesting towards the end. The question is it going to be worth something? And currently, Sargent is actually holding up Magnussen a little bit. So, let's see if Crawford can actually make something happen with that. Honestly, I still need to run conserve here. That top speed is hurting us in the rain, which is generally what you'll be seeing with the cornering build, that you are going to be lacking a lot of top speed in rain. And that in particular is where you're going to be suffering. But other than that, you should be fine. The question here is now, can we get Crawford past Magnussen and have Sargent act as a shield? Because right now we also have Gasly and Rick sneaking up on us, and I'm not a fan of that. It's a shame we didn't give Crawford the upgrades, honestly, at this point. Because what's happening right now is actually that Sargent is gathering up the field behind us. Because as you can see, he's running 51s, 47s, 48s. I think we are going to have to give him the order to don't find teammate here. That is actually a perfect place to let the teammate go. And I want him now to always defend. We are going to have Sargent play the team defender role. Don't go for the overtake, you buffoon. I need Sargent now to slow down the gas. And the Rick. So Crawford has a chance of points. Remember how I jokingly said Crawford could get points before Sargent? Well, this is the chance. Yeah, we are pulling a K-Mag on K-Mag. Well, K-Mag's already left, so not much we can do about that. But I can pull a K-Mag on Gasly, which probably hurts more. Is there an issue with tires this patch? Not really. Yeah, like visually there's an issue. But I've yet to run into them not functioning. Go on. Send him into the Shadow Realm. I need them to... actually need Sergeant here to build up a gap. Because the strategy that we're running with Crawford right now is actually kind of vulnerable to... I need to pull the plug here on Crawford, I think. He can survive. It's still going to be close to lap 40. But it could also be lap 35. Do we pull the plug? Do we keep the gamble going? This is the one time I would wish I'd upgraded my weather center a little bit. So if it's lap 35, well, the main thing that is actually going to confuse that is the fact that it's into tires. Lap 35. This is still quickest. Degradation isn't high as expected. So I think we still gamble on this, and we have Crawford kind of build... Oh, that lagged on the restart. And we just have Crawford build confidence, really. And we go for that net P10. Sergeant is going to have to, you know, use everything that he has here to kind of try and play defense. But he doesn't really have the tires to play defense, so it doesn't really matter much. But he is almost 2 seconds slower than his teammate at the moment. So if we can do that for 3 more laps, I'd be real happy. You can see the gap they're building. That is the important part here. Actually, low enough temperature. I don't think I've seen 12.2 degrees before. Like, that is actually really, really cold. For F1. Not really temperature-wise. Another 2 seconds gain there for Crawford. And again, the bigger this gaps get built, the better for our boy. It's now lap 35. He's not surviving another 15 laps on these tires anyways, and a lot of other cars here are going to offer another set of wets once they get down to 50%. Yellow flag. Sergeant overtakes Rick. Well, we lost out to both of them there, so I think that is Sergeant's defense career over. And we're definitely going to get him on a fresh set of wets here. And he actually did make it into the pit. I thought I was too late with that command. Clearly I wasn't. So yeah, we're going to allow Crawford here to run probably 2 more laps here maybe. Then we will pit him a little bit early. And hopefully we can get past a lot of these other cars. Of course, Russell, Leclerc, and the 2 Aston Martins, they're on their final set of wets, so hopefully a tire offset will be enough for us to get overtakes done.
How does my tires look? And try to keep the temperatures up on these tires.
Sergeant never ever gives up. That is true. We're going to get this done, hopefully. But more importantly, I need Crawford getting this done. Okay, let's speed this up a little bit now as we're in a little bit of a lull. We are catching Magnussen, just barely. And honestly, this is the optimal pit stop lap because, well, the weather is now lap 30. Okay, maybe not. It's getting very close very quick, so we are going to cancel that pit stop, but we're still going to keep on pushing. It's just 8 more laps now. And it's Oh my god. Ah. This is farewell to Russell, to Alonso, Stroll, and Leclerc. But I love the weather changes here. It's also bye bye to Sargent. I'll be perfectly honest. It is bye bye to Sargent. I actually need him to take care of these tires. Because look at this. Well, what our strategy needs now isn't Sargent to push on these tires and destroy them. It's actually take care of them until he pits for inters. And then overtake the 4 cars that started on the wrong compound. Because their tires will be absolutely destroyed. Yeah, just run them light and reuse. That's kind of what I'm planning to. I agree with you, lol. You clearly do know, so I don't know why you have IDK in your name. Conserve, I think, is going to be a little bit too slow here, particularly with the temperatures. That's going to be my main concern. I'd love to catch up to the back of the cars in front, if we could. So, full conserve is most likely not going to be necessary. Because again, this is Leclerc's final set. This is Stroll, Alonso's, and Russell's final set. They don't have any more wets after this. They've used them up completely. So, as long as Sargent has a little bit left, he'll be fine. Get it right, Floof, it's Jova. I don't know if they made the weather center matter, but at least this is the funniest weather that I've seen in a while. But yeah, it's one way to look at it is that they did make the weather center matter more. But I'm just gonna take a quick look at which cars have another wet left. Russell don't, Stroll don't, but Alonso don't, Leclerc don't. Most cars here will be fine with another wet, but those 4 are definitely game over, and we are kind of 2 with a crash. But we're still better than those other guys. We can get the jump on the weather right here. Still have potential. Yeah, it's lap 30 now. It's gonna be Inter's probably next lap if it keeps on decaying like this. Oh yeah, we are jumping in for Inter's on this lap, and we're gonna do the same here with Sargent. And I think we're gonna burn the Inter's. It's just 10 laps. We're definitely burning those Inter's. For Sargent here, it doesn't really matter much, I'll be honest. But for Crawford here, we need to have a beautiful pit stop. A perfect stop, if you will. And if we're lucky, we might actually be quick enough to get Magnussen too, because he's going to be insanely slow if he does not pit. And he stays out. Rick pits with us. We need a clean stop here for our boy. Did Rick have a clean stop? Yes. Did we have a clean stop? Yes, but slow nonetheless. Because of that too, we ended up behind Hulkenberg. That is not great. I need you to deploy and just get by as quickly as possible. Hulkenberg is going to cost us so much time here. We have an Ocon coming up ahead of us as well. But yeah, Crawford should get some easy confidence here. Which honestly is the best part about this. Look, he got overtake buff there, but it didn't even move. It did not even move. To be fair though, we are stuck behind other cars here, other wet runners. That might actually save Magnussen here, the fact that we're stuck behind other wet runners. And honestly, the longer these guys stay out, the worse it's going to get for them. Crawford's confidence is just not moving. Look at this. It's going down more so than going up, even while he's getting overtakes done. Oh, look, a slight gain. Like, I understand wanting to use the most out of your tires, but this is just kind of silly. Albon is leaving for the pit lane. Magnussen is just finished his pit stop. We got too held up by older runners here, honestly. That has backfired tremendously. Can I guess what facility I'm going after this? It's not weather center. Hi man, did they fix DRS? Was too strong before? Nothing of it in the patch notes, Oscar. They fixed some DRS zones, but no mention of anything else. How come you're already competing for points early in the season? A little bit luck qualifying, and probably that we kind of built our car for this track. Also than anything. So what does the new addition to the patch looks like? No UI when paused? Well, when you pause the game, you can hide your UI like this. Ignore the timing sheet here. It's because of a mod. It will also get hidden if you don't have the mod. Or if you update it, as I've been told. But yeah, you can press H to hide your UI. And you can take some pretty neat screenshots with it. So that was the weirdest engine noise I've ever heard. That kind of scared me a little bit, I'll be honest. What is Norris up to? Are you looking for a puncture, sir? Thank you. You finally headed into the pit lane. Soon and balanced fuel, yeah. Well, it is going to be guaranteed wets here towards the end. I'm very curious what the two Astons, Leclerc and Russell are going to do, I'll be honest. Because I can't see any reality where they are now in a position to get a good result here. With the wet weather coming in 3 minutes. Speed things up a little bit. But yeah, as you can see, Sargent is really slow at the back. The damage is definitely catching up to him. But as long as he doesn't crash, you guys are correct. He is going to get 18th at the minimum. But he should get it. Because the other teams just do not have tires. And that should give us a little bit extra money. So I agree with your strategies. But you can see Crawford is just a little bit too slow, really, to catch up to the top 10. Bottas is a lot quicker than I expected him to be. I'll be honest. Dude is flying up there in 7th. The driver pound thing? It's Overtake GG mod called Extended UI. Looking like both the French and the Americans are going to be the only teams not to score points. Why must you hurt me like so? Well, as long as Crawford finishes ahead of your boy, I'll be happy. I think we jump in here on the wets now, and we try and close that gap. I don't think we have any like good windows to jump into here, to be fair. We could actually end up getting lapped if we jump in right now. Unless they pit, we're going to get lapped. But it is kind of what we're going to have to do here. And for Sargent, we're going to have to go back out on those old wets. But it's literally the best we can do. Okay, so we are the earliest pitters here, which is not surprising. We are going to get lapped, but Crawford actually comes out in an insanely nice window. Better than I expected. 5 seconds there up to the next car. And he can run full attack till the end. That is exactly what we're going to let him do. Also going to have him run balance here for a little bit, at least until the others pit. Bad stop there from Logan. It is what it is, though. At this point, we'll take it. Better just get all of the stupidity, if you will, out of the car right now. Question now is just straight up, how much can Crawford close down the cars ahead? They are staying out for one more lap by the looks of it. And we've already caught up to Hulk here, and I need to clear him ASAP. Because we're once again getting stuck behind the car that is slowing us down. And we, of course, we catch him at a bad spot. If I'd slow down a little bit, we maybe could have gotten him on the straight. But we need to just get by him, move along. And now we can start hunting down the cars even further ahead. However, I believe the lap cars, like not the lap cars, but the leaders are ahead of us. They are. So can't overtake them. Please get out of the way, sir. Please go into the pits. If we're not allowed to overtake them, I'm actually going to be very, very angry here because that's going to ruin a golden opportunity for us. On the other hand, you could say, like, you're keeping up with the Red Bulls. You should be quicker than anyone else on track anyways. We are. Like, that's fine. But I need them to get into the pits and get away from me for us to have any chance here. What about Haas, Hulkenberg? Magnussen is still in a position here to get points. But I believe we will jump them once they pit. Because, again, we are right behind the leaders. Takes 23 seconds to pit here. We are looking to be ahead of Albon at this stage if the Red Bulls would get this heck out of the way. They're also cooking my tires more than necessary. AI has been making some very questionable decisions in this race, I'll be honest. And the fact that I'm not allowed to overtake these guys is very frustrating. I want to lodge a complaint with the FIA. Could be a safety car, yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. Driving clean air, we could try that, but the thing here, the problem here is straight up the fact that I am lapped. That's the issue. We are lapped, just barely. And we just are not allowed to overtake these guys. So notice fault has evolved again.
There's a smoke coming out.
He's gonna... That's gonna be him parking. That should be him parking in the pits. But yeah, we just are not allowed to overtake these guys. That is honestly the situation we find ourselves in. And because they're not pitting, they're not getting out of the way. So even if I'm driving clean air on the side here, I'm just not allowed to overtake them. Sonoda is still going though. Is he going for a classic? Well, it's not fatal yet, and again, the engine issue here is just very light. Like, it's a minor fault, even though he is smoking. There we go. Mention it, and then it turned into a fatal fault here. Probably the gearbox, I would think. Get them next time, Floof? What about... yeah. Now, they're not going to pit. That's the thing. They are just staying out here causing problems. And I really wish I could overtake them, but I'm just not allowed to. And that is just a tad bit silly, if you ask me. Because in reality, you are allowed to take and lap yourself. If you are faster than car ahead. Which we definitely are. So I don't know, there's something wonky going on here, because we're definitely in wet territory weather, but they're just not pitting, if that makes sense. We're gonna at least get Gasly. 12 laps to go here. They are running 47.2s, 47.3s. We're still 2 seconds quicker than Bottas, so fingers crossed we could still catch him. But it's still gonna be frustrating, don't get me wrong. Gonna turn him back to neutral here. We're gonna see if we can get some overtaking done. A little bit of help. I think also we might have run out of weather here, potentially. But that is Gasly gone. Once we get to a straight here, we're gonna try and deal with the Red Bulls. I do have the graphic mode, yes. I'll see now if with everything at, you know, full GoPro mode, if we're allowed to get the overtake done. Yeah, we're just loitering. So yeah, there's no point in actually using anything here. We can't actually do anything, and that is the problem. We're stuck now behind Perez. We're stuck behind Verstappen, and they are actually dictating our pace. Like, we are faster than them currently, which shouldn't come as a surprise. Has changed back to dam, so we're basically getting back to inters at the moment, but it doesn't matter because I can't do anything. Even so, if I pit, I'm definitely out of it. The wet weather here did not really work for us. Underfloor now with major damage for Sergeant. Everything that could go wrong this race has gone wrong, so...
Stand by, stand by.
Safety car? Please. Oh, did you destroy your floor? Eh. I guess the best thing I can do now is actually pit Crawford, get him on inters for the end. But yeah, this race has been a terrible roller coaster. I also should disable clean air. Honestly, running clear air would be fine if we're staying on the wets till the end. What are the gaps here? And where are we going to come out if we do pit? 20 seconds under safety car. 7:10. Come out ahead of Alonso. We lose 3 positions. We're going to have to pit anyways. I think most cars are going to be pitting. So let's get Crawford out in on an inter. And I'm curious what is going on with Sargent. He is out straight up. I'm still not happy that we lost so much time there, because we would have definitely been ahead of Bottas by now if we weren't stuck behind the 2 Red Bulls. We had such a huge chance and it just got destroyed by the game not really understanding the overtake rule, or rather the lapped rule, which is ever so frustrating. Still, we do have chances here, though. Don't get me wrong. Russell, Gasly, if they don't pit, Bottas, Rick, like, if these guys don't pit, it's still not over. Question is just, what can we do with the laps remaining? And are these 3 going to pit now? They are not. We're also lapped, so yeah, we don't actually have a chance there. Albon is also lapped. That's the only benefit, so we're basically fighting for 10th at the moment. If we are lucky. Keep that in mind. If we're lucky, we need to get clean away once the lapped cars can overtake, and then chase down Albon. Albon or bust. Basically now for Crawford. And again, the confidence just has not moved. I'm happy that it's still medium, but it just has not moved. 6 laps to get it done. We are being allowed to overtake. We are going to put him to driving clean air just to be on the safe side. Honestly, the helicam feels less laggy than the other cameras during rain. I feel. This is a good game. This is a good race, yeah, but we have gotten absolutely demolished. Remember when I said I was beating Leclerc easily? Yeah, but then at that time, Sargent was 7th. Hadn't crashed. Had 2 sets of wets on his side. So yeah, I was a little bit cocky. It backfired tremendously, I'm not gonna lie. These gaps though are kind of telling us that we are not getting that first point today. Safety car is ending. We'll have 5 laps to try and close down 8 seconds. Yeah, I don't think that happens. I'm sorry, lads. We tried. We fought. We failed. The strategy went into the shitter. What do I think about retiring the car? There's no point retiring the car now because we're just a few laps from the end. If we finished 18 or or higher, we get 700,000. Which was kind of why we kept Sergeant out, because we were trying to get those 800,000, but then he ran wide and destroyed his underfloor. Just got back from the Deadpool movie. Hope you enjoyed, Asler. I believe it is pretty good, personally. Yeah, I haven't lapped themselves against me before, so it's definitely possible. I'm pretty sure I had the pace, Oliver, because... You want to know why I know that I have the pace? Because we were keeping up with the Red Bulls. If we had no way of keeping up with the Red Bulls, then yeah, I would agree with you. But we kept up with the Red Bulls easily. And that's the kind of thing there. We should not be even close to Red Bulls to begin with. And they were on the wrong tire for the occasion. They had less tire, so yeah. That is one of those situations where we should be able to do it. I also went full deploy on the RS on a straight, and we kept that very same distance as when we were harvesting behind them. So we should have been more than quick enough to get past them and do something, but game wouldn't let us, unfortunately. Not as easy as Wukong. To be fair though, this has been actually a fun race. Like, I don't mind. It's been a fun, interesting race with many different situations. I'm kind of sad that I didn't save before this race, because it would be a kind of a perfect teaching situation to see just how unpredictable the rain races can be, because we were estimated to just have straight up rain till the end. But it also does tell us that even if you don't have a weather center, the force strategy knows what the rain, or rather how much rain there actually is going to be, if that makes sense. So force strategy is actually a really, really good tool to kind of give you an estimate, because again, the force strategy had that instant in there that predicted this right here. So I should have respected it a little bit more. But when the bar is all the way to the roof for basically the entire race, I trusted the roof, I'll be honest. It's the floof curse that comes to me when I get cocky. Nah, Sergeant destroyed his underfloor. He did have tires, so he just destroyed the car. He crashed a couple of times, if you will. At least we're still beating the Alpines. I'll take it as a personal victory also if we manage to get the Mercedes. I doubt that. We can always try. Question here is it going down quick enough that we're going to get the RS here towards the end? Probably not. This is the final lap. We're just going to push everything that we have. And again, we just need 18 to higher at this point and we'll be happy. I assume the actual rain will be predetermined? I believe so, yeah. So I would think you can reload. I don't know if it will be exactly the same, but basically mostly the same. Go for the young driver, older guy. He's one of the younger drivers. He's like 72 rated. I don't know exactly how old he is. I don't remember. But we'll take that. Bit of a shame, honestly. But with the exception of the destruction of property,
Dear, oh dear, what a
I'll take that.
disaster of a drive for Logan Sargent.
Didn't realize this was how our suits
They'll
looked, I'll be
very disappointed
honest.
to have-
Aston Martin affiliate in real life, yeah. Absolute miracle. Bottas is a good driver in this game. I'm not even kidding, but yeah, Kick has points. We're down to 10th now, behind Haas. Wait, I thought Haas scored points, did... Albon got him, okay. That's actually kind of good for us. But yeah, Sargent had every kind of bad misfortune that he could get in this race. Do I know if driver development is a variable? The patch thing? It's based on their improvement rating, and that is a database thing. It's not randomized. Mentality here has a effect on their development rate. So if they get enthusiastic mentality, you can see the development rate go up. As an example, I managed to, with mentality, get a maximum improvement Piastri that was like 24, 25 years old. So as you can imagine, you can do some pretty silly stuff with that. We are going to vote for Mr. Wings this year. That's kind of disappointing. Let's go for the high-speed part. Okay. You have severely disappointed me and hampered our efforts here, young Padawan. 11 days until we go to China. The funny part here is that he is actually safe. We'll be able to manufacture a new set of parts for both cars by the time we go to China. He is actually safe. But yeah, look at these ratings. Look at them and weep. Limblana has a 90 development rate. That's not bad. We are going to upgrade our tour center where you can watch the famous destroyed vehicle of Sergeant. I'm still going to keep on upgrading these buildings because we need that mentality boost going into China. We can have a good result in the sprint, and in the race, that is going to make up for every little bit of pain that I'm currently suffering. Mentality in sim, yeah. I was hoping Colapinto got buffed. We can take a look at him. I don't think we've actually done that yet. Hiccup. He is still 68 rated. Let's see here. Okay, let's just go over what the car needs. Sidepod is actually the one thing it didn't need. Okay, I'm still in trouble. I need an underfloor. Rush that one. The chassis is coming. The suspension is coming. Yeah, I feel... I'm just going to try and put a car together here. That's going to be the goal. And so far, I don't think it's going to look very good. We're going to rush one of these for... we can actually rush parts now because the cost cap changed. We're going to rush some parts to try and get Crawford a better car as well. Because honestly, he kind of deserves it after that hero performance last time around. Didn't turn into a victory, of course, but it was still a good performance. Good showing. Put this on the car. Both of you have side pods? Yes. So we need one more suspension. And the other car already has the underfloor, which means that we're actually kind of caught up on parts right now. Okay. Don't crash next time around. Or I'm putting someone else in your seat. Do I upgrade the suspension and car part facilities? By how much? So basically, initially I upgrade these 3 buildings because they are the most important ones in terms of just boosting mentality from building. Memorabilia and Team Hub will boost it directly by giving smaller mentality buff. When it comes to car development here, I would prioritize suspension sim and car part test center first, simply because they are extremely cheap in terms of their upkeeps. As you can see, the monthly upkeep increase here is just 6,500. Now, if I were to upgrade the design center instead, that would be 67,000. And again, the upkeep here does go under the... it does affect your cost cap. So I would upgrade these to level 5 first, and then the design center. Maybe get a factory to level 3 if you struggle with parts, but level 2 should be fine. Never upgrade these 2 unless you're in like the 10th season. There's just no point. Okay. They'll give Benny's a race sim. Cost restriction, yeah. Basically, the cost cap, they fixed that. So you now have the full cost cap in your first year of Creator Team. No need to be Scrooge McDuck anymore. Patch 1.6 is out for PC only, Marco. Consoles got delayed until next week. The race sim is worth it, but the problem is the race sim is also expensive. Like the first level is 1 million. Financially, it doesn't make sense for us right now to get it. Like, it would be nice to have our drivers get better, but I have other priorities like upgrading the car and getting the mentality buff from these buildings. The mobility room in particular, I want to maximize. And after that, and us stabilizing with the maximum race rewards, then I'll probably go ahead and, you know, upgrade the race sim. Right now, it's kind of a non-priority, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm kind of awaiting that a little bit. Okay, second underfloor. How are we looking? We get 2 weeks until we go to Miami. That's actually pretty good. Which means we're probably going to be able to make one new underfloor. Unless Sergeant destroys it again, he should be fine. But yeah, basically there's no problem with upgrading the race sim early. I'm just not prioritizing it right now. Probably going to start prioritizing that about halfway through the first season, when things look a little bit more stable for our team. If that makes sense. Okay, do we get both cars now upgraded to the maximum level? Yes, we managed to pull the rabbit out of the hat and have a decent car for both boys in China. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't get the... We're still supposed to get 18th here, so car's not great for this place.
We're just getting settled here in Shanghai, ahead of the Chinese...
Okay, let us see here now what we can do. We do need to switch gearboxes here. Or at least one gearbox here for Sergeant. He destroyed his. But I think I'm gonna have to do a setup here just so that we don't have the worst one going into the sprint. Because the confidence boost would be a nice thing to have, but at the same time, I am too lazy to do practice. It just takes so much time. Oh, I just simulated sprint qualifying at the same time. I'm a doofus.
Hello and welcome.
Enjoy your sleep, Loof. I'm probably going to do this race weekend, and then we're probably going to continue tomorrow, I'll be honest. I'll try and be a little bit earlier. It's a bit of a shorter day. 19th and 17th, yes. That's kind of what we expected here. Which also tells us the AI is a little bit better than before in developing, because last time we were here, I scored points. And this time, it looks like we're not going to do that, so... Yeah, it looks already a little bit better. We're not going to bother underfueling here, because you can't really underfuel much anyways. So we're just going to push. Yeah, have a good night, Floof. Philippine has a development rate of 73. Not too terrible.
Here we go, the sprint in Shanghai. And it's
I see a hard tire. Paris, what are you drinking?
Copy.
Why do you have a hard tire?
I copy that.
Well, Sergeant and Crawford had a decent start. Should have sent it down the inside there, though, Crawford, I'll be honest. This is still acceptable. I don't think we're going to climb into the points there. Surviving the sprint is going to be the goal. And take advantage if anyone has any incident. Where do you see development rates? You're going to need a save editor to check that out, Tom. It's not actually in the game, like the number. So if you want to see the exact number for development, you're going to have to use the save editor. Track your save open, if you will. Crawford actually leaving Sargent a little bit behind here. But to be fair, the development rates should be the same across every save. Unless they recently changed that. Oh, we have a Rick in the dirt. Little bit of a spinner, I think. So you should be able to find like a table, Tom, that would show those rates, I would think. Okay. I think we're fine with just kind of where we are right now. We're settling in. We're not expected to perform super well here, even though Crawford just pulls an overtake on Bottas.
Right, we're at turn 9. That's the location for this one. Can they squeeze by?
That's pretty good, honestly. We'll take that. Question now is if we're going to get Hulk, and also, again, we are just taking care of our tires currently. That should lead to us having more of an advantage towards the end. That's going to be the hope. Google Docs for development rates. I would assume someone has made it. Just as a heads up. If not, there might be a helpful soul here that could help you out with that. But yeah, at this point, basically all we're doing is taking care of our tires while allowing everyone else to destroy theirs. And it should work out just fine, although Crawford did get kind of bullied there by Bottas. We're going to actually deploy here. We don't want to fall outside of DRS range if we can avoid it. It's more beneficial to be in DRS. And we might need to do a driver swap here to make that happen. But yeah, I will admit the race sim is a little bit wonky. Like, it feels like sometimes they're stuck in glue when they try and push. Particularly when you have a car behind that's trying to overtake. The animation will sometimes just look really, really weird. Rally defend loses you more time. Have they actually changed that though? In theory, it should save you time. We can try it on neutral. That's what you're saying? Because if we're actually losing time because we're defending against our teammate, that would be kind of sad. Might need to tell Sergeant to not fight in that case. Work together, catch up. Sonoda with another mechanical fault. Crawford actually did get the overtake done there on Bottas again. You found something? Nice. Basically give up the position? Yeah. I guess that makes sense. The thing is though, in 23, it was just quicker, straight up. So it might very well have changed with how aggressive overtakes are in this one. It would actually make quite a lot of sense in that regard. More aggressive overtake and rarely defend means that you just lose more time getting stuck fighting. Didn't feel like it in... I tried to test it, but I didn't really see much difference in the numbers. I did run a test, but again, the number difference was so minuscule and there was no real way to test it, really. So I felt like either or would be fine. So I mainly just ran in 23 rarely defend, not really because you saved a lot of time or anything like that, but because you avoided incidents. That was my main motivation anyways. But I wouldn't surprise me if you actually lost a little bit of time like that, but I never noticed it.
Oh no, pit stop there.
So Sullivan is pitting? What did he do? I really would like an order that just says invert the cars. That way we can have one recharge while the other one attacks, because I actually had the sergeant attack, which actually wasn't what I wanted. I wanted Crawford to attack. Good work, me. But yeah, I would like to invert the cars order. That could be really, really nice to have. Go on, Crawfish. Get him. That is a unfortunate stop there from our other boy. Rick has also picked up a mechanical fault, but he's so far back that that does not matter. We would have to clear 15 seconds in 10 laps to get into the points there, which is not happening. But we're still pretty quick at this point. And Sergeant just did a double overtake. So we're definitely quicker than, you know, the pre-race suggestion would say. 38.5 on that last lap, 38.6. Also catching the Williams here. Mechanical fall for Sullivan has evolved. So now that DNFing right now wouldn't really benefit us in any way, shape, or form. I can't believe that. The second I say that, Tsunoda kind of, well, Tsunoda causing a safety car would benefit us, so I'm lying. Crawford, I need you to clear that car just in case Tsunoda does not make it to the pits. We get a safety car here. Blessed with the tire differential. Good work, laddie. Looks like Tsunoda made it home, so no luck there. 10 seconds now to the car ahead. With 6 laps to go here, 40% to go on. I think we wait one more lap before we start to really push here. But our only chance of points is actually starting to just go all in now, as we have picked up a minor gearbox failure. Drivability issue is going to be checked after the session. It increases the incident chance. I don't like that, so I would definitely like Sergeant to run his own little race at the moment, so we lessen that chance. And he has gotten past Albon, so that's good. So when Floof's going to sleep, Andretti does better. Kind of how it works, yes. We're not using avoid curbs on neither of the cars. It can be beneficial, but here we just are not using it. Almost 2 seconds quicker, but that's not going to be enough really to catch up to Hamilton here. Hamilton's also running quick right now. Could catch 10 place, but honestly, just on at this point, nothing else. But just a second quicker on that last lap. It's still a honorable mention though. Like, it's a shame that I didn't do the sprint qualifying myself, because I think we would have maybe gotten into Q2. Barely if we were lucky. Still running reasonably quick compared to the cars ahead. Yeah, we're running out of laps right now. So we're about to start the final one. O'Sullivan might cause a safety car here. He too is DNFing. Final lap. And we are not catching anyone. So 11th and 12th. That's not a terrible result. That's something we will be we will accept gracefully. And we were definitely getting slower there towards the end. So we did start pushing a lap too early, as I was worried about. Yeah. 8 and 5 places improvement. That should be a confidence booster for both our boys before we go into the quali. And let's see, do I want to do any changes? I think I'm fine, honestly, because I don't know which way we're supposed to go. So 80% is what we'll live with. But we're going to give him a new gearbox because the one he had picked up a permanent issue. And we'd like to avoid that. We could also give ourselves a little bit of an advantage here by putting in fresh engines for both of our boys. It's going to be a very minor boost, but could benefit us in the long run. And with Mercedes, generally here, we shouldn't have any problems with running out of engines by the end of this. So once we get towards the end of the season, we'll put in those kind of bad engines again. And that should be fine.
Okay, so the green light is now.
Did go out behind Bottas, but Bottas shouldn't be a terrible... He shouldn't be a terrible car to be behind, honestly. So yeah, Stroll could be a problem. Bottas has the purple sectors right now. Sargent is quicker. Crawford is not. Okay, Sargent did beat him.
Follow your delta.
Yeah, Crawford is half 6/10 slower.
The engine. Yep, go.
And he actually has a lockup in the final corner.
Heading down the straight. Oh, and the car locks up. What caused that, I wonder?
What? What? What was that? Did you just destroy your tires because you're unhappy with me? Did that also slow you down? Help? I've never seen a driver do that before. Never. Is that a new weird bug? 79% versus... Yeah, he lost about 8% there. You're doing one more lap on those shitty tires. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm really confused. He locked up on in the middle of a straight. And they said that was turn 16. And he needs to improve if he wants to get into Q2. Sargent has 4 tenths to go in here, but I think it's safer to send him out again. I'm so flabbergasted that I didn't even pay attention to his lap. That's the worst part, honestly. Let's see if we can get a good run in. Problem now is Paris and Piastri is going to be a little bit of a problem in that first corner, but I think we'll be fine. I think it'll be more of a problem for the others. But yeah, I have no idea what Crawford did there. That was weird. Why did you lock up on the straight? I had to shit. I had to fight the urge. So no improvement in the first sector. Sargent is improving on the other hand. No improvement in the second sector. It's not looking good for our boy. Improved in the final sector, but not enough here. Sargent should be safe, however. But yeah, this is not a track that is supposed to be our track, so to speak. That is still a little bit disappointing, I'll be honest. Let's see, we'll put a fresh tire on for the Sargent. And we'll just ship him out immediately.
And that should be the green light now.
Clip that or something? I'll try and remember to clip it after the off the stream. Oh. Looked like Sergeant punted that man away. Again, please do not crash the vehicle. Who was that we punted? Was it? It was Tsunoda. Like, it straight up looked like we punted him. That's actually the best way I can describe what happened.
Sorry, I made a big mistake.
Yeah, you did.
Let's take a look at the replay.
I swear.
This is Logan Sargent. Nothing at this point. The brakes couldn't cope. By that point,
At least he didn't destroy an underfloor this time, I guess.
Follow your delta, stay in.
It's still the fastest lap, but we need to get him in. And honestly, just taking control means that he gets in a lot quicker.
yellow flag here.
I think we sent him out on a new set because either he makes it to Q3 or he's out. We give him a fresh set here, and we try and do 2 more runs. Gonna take manual control, we run standard and push, build heat. Potentially gonna get some problems here with Albon, but that should be fine. Could be other cars also getting out of the pits at the wrong timing for us. Okay. Don't disappoint me this time around, Sergeant. I need you to actually do this well now. Why are all my research back to the worst rank after Season 1 finish? Because the car you get at the start of Season 1 has all the sliders in the middle. Once you make a new design with the sliders in the correct places, you should be seeing a bit of an improvement then, Urban. Go for how to get the pumpernickel. Colapinto code into game? You mean Colapinto to Williams? No. Unless they made it as a price of the patch, he should not be coded into the game. That's not a good lap. 28.5 in the middle sector. But again, this isn't a track we're supposed to do well on, so I'll take it. I don't want to be behind Rick. It's a decent enough gap, so we'll let this run. Let's see if we can improve this time around. At least a 10th so we can get ahead of Ricardo. Damn it. You can use if you're on PC, Laura, you can use a save game editor to make it happen yourself. But it's not a hard-coded thing. $24.2. You are a lot slower than cars around you. It's very, very sad. That is a very, very sad end to this qualifying. And we will be lucky if we score points this race. Which means it's actually, compared to the first run I did with Creator Team, where we had both cars on the points, I believe, for China, AI development has definitely improved. Which is a very, very good thing. Okay, let's see what we can do. This is an interesting strategy, to say the least. And we've already improved it by 17 seconds. Nice. Yeah, some of these strategies are very interesting. And what you could do, a one-stopper here, potentially. It's not going to be the best thing you can do, really. Let's be honest. It's better than the base strategies, but this is probably going to be among your best. 2 softs and a medium. Could probably do something fun with 2 hards. Something like this. That's not too terrible. It's very close to the other strategy. Now, if we take 2 hards and a soft, however, it's this could turn into a bit more of an interesting one, I think. Not really. Hards just don't do much here, I guess. So we're going to stick with this. 2 softs into a medium. And honestly, I think we're going to switch them up a little bit. I would love to burn the medium quickly, but it just does not work that way. I'll be honest. So we'll do it like this. Try and come back towards the end of the race. And that will be our strategy. Just split them up a little bit. That way, if we have a safety car, one of them should be in a position to take advantage. That's going to be my hope, at least. Like so. Hamilton Ferrari is coded though, yes. Should be. Play on PS4. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That makes that very much impossible to do. Apologies. But the more important things about new patch, a bunch of just general fixes to a bunch of stuff. You have, of course, AI development, which is probably the biggest ones. How do I develop race strategies? Honestly, the easiest way to develop race strategies is first take a look at the tires. You don't need to do this, but it just gives you a good indication. And see just how quick they are compared to different ones. For instance, we can see that at a glance here, the softs are about 4/10 quicker than the mediums. And the degradation difference is 300. Basically, we take this number here, minus this number, gives us 0.03. Then we take those 4/10 we had up here, which basically is 0.40, and this is 0.03. And we take 40, split it on... we split it on 3, and then we get a 13, thereabouts. The 13 number tells us that the softs are stronger than the mediums for about 13 laps. Basically, if you want to get an idea of just which tire holds an advantage over another tire. We can also see that from medium to hard, difference is about 0.6 or 0.60. And the difference between these two is once again at 0.03. 60 split on 3 is 20, so we can see mediums are vastly superior to hards, and while the softs aren't a lot better than the mediums, they still hold their ground. So with that, you can kind of figure out that you want to make a strategy combined of medium tires and soft tires in a configuration, if you will. There isn't really much more to it than that. You can also try in the editor, just see what gives the lowest time.
The excitement is building here in Shanghai.
And those are basically the 2 strategies for building race strategies, if you will.
And it's lights out and away we go.
Lights out and away we go. We'll try the low neutral for this one. Crawford falling backwards as he is playing with a Haas and a Alpine, but he comes out winner. Sargent is kind of sneaking up on the Williams there. Nice to see. This is still kind of mayhem back here. And Crawford did win out, but then lost out a little bit as well. But a good start for our boys. We might be able to crawl up to a point in this race if we're lucky. I have hopes. Qualifying isn't the race, which is important to remember. And from this point on, really, all we need to do is just survive this first stint. So we'll speed things up a little bit here, as it is getting late for me. I need to edit a video before I go to bed. And we'll continue this adventure tomorrow. I'll try and post in Discord exactly when I'm starting. But probably 2-3 hours earlier than I started today, which was 6 PM my time. Now it's almost 10. Crawford getting Bottas on a medium tire is actually pretty amazing. We have run out of energy though, so we are going to tune that down. Tree wine in that corner is quite dangerous. It's not dangerous, it's insane. It's a guaranteed, crash. Let's be honest, Nick. Oh, what has Albon done? Yum. Albin out of contention right now.
Should be able to take a look here.
Is he running ahead of
We're
us?
heading now into turn 5.
Just out of one car.
Fails to respond. They took a gamble and it was just too late.
I'm 7 hours ahead, yeah. Basically, European summertime will be long until we go to winter time. No, Hulkenberg, please. We are starting to lose time to the top teams here, which is a bit of an issue. I still think we have a good chance there. Hulkenberg has burned his tires quite a bit. We're seeing the same from Stroll, from Rick. So, tire management is kind of how we're going to be trying to win this this race if we can. And so far, Crawford is negative in confidence. Sargent is getting there as well. Switching back and forth early on is not good for your confidence, so I wouldn't really recommend it for your drivers. But so far, it is looking pretty good for us. Again, Crawford here. I would love it if we could break the gap here to Bottas, but that's going to be really, really difficult. If anything, we'd have to do it on this next lap here after the DRS zone if we're still ahead. Hulk is really burning those tires. To be fair though, we are catching up to Gasly right now, so just push a little bit and then we'll just run top up behind him. Wouldn't be a bad idea. There we go. We're catching the Flufia team. Personally, I think I'll be happy here as long as both of our cars finish in the range where we would get extra payouts. I think that would be fine. And so far, it looks very much so that that is going to happen. Sending Crawford to neutral here, see if he can get a little bit of an overtake done on Gasly. Should be very easy. We have a quicker car. And also now, we should have a little bit of a advantage in pace, tire-wise. How much has Floof influenced us? He ain't even here, we're still chatting about him. Floof is the biggest Alpine fan I think I've ever met, so he deserves this, like, fame. He's slowly becoming a legend as the Alpine fan, and particularly his curse is, you know, strong. Probably do a little bit of redesign of the car and stuff too, off stream before tomorrow. Because while it can be interesting, for some it's also very boring. Crawford gets Gasly, but got back immediately, so confidence sucks. I think we're going to use a little bit of energy here just to make sure that we clear Hulk. We have a 30% tire offset right now, so we should be a lot quicker. And I just want to get by him so we can start hunting down Tsunoda and then Stroll down the line. Norris being in 9th is not something I saw happening this race. I think also here we're going to try and have Crawford break away from Gasly. We can, although Gasly started flying. Sargent is also breaking away from Hulk really without any help, so that should be fine. Question is, can we get a second to Gasly? And that seems to be more difficult than we might have expected here. Again, just want to break that toe so we don't lose a lot of confidence going back and forth. Looks like we don't have the energy to make that happen, however. So we'll just have to accept the fact that we'll be doing a lot of back and forth here. Interesting part here also is that the cars ahead of us also kind of managing their tires at the moment. And that's actually not a good thing for us. Because we're already slower than them. There isn't really much we can do to catch up. Special American livery for Miami. I don't know if we have any flags or cheeseburgers that I can add in. What's the mod called for the extended driver list? It's called Extender UI on Overtake GG. Okay, Hulkenberg is getting into soon to puncture territory. I would assume he's going to pit. He elected not to. Okay. Interesting choice. But currently we are also kind of just chilling. I'll be honest, there's nothing for us really to do here in terms of management. We just need to survive this stint. And then maybe catch up a little bit towards the end. We are going to have to do some overtakes there because we are using our tires more than the rest here. But that shouldn't be a problem. We'll get that back towards the end.
Copy that.
We're going to lose a little bit of time battling, but again, confidence should hopefully offset that a little bit. I strive to be as much of an American fan as Floof is a French fan. Yeah, that's actually a great quote. They might have fixed the magical rips that drivers have on the inside when they're battling. It seems to me they're still pretty magical, not gonna lie. At this point though, I think we are gonna just push what's left in these tires for both of our cars. And then we'll pit and see what we can do here. Because currently, we could come out ahead of Magnussen if we do our cars right. Our carbs. 25-second pit stop here. Oh, yellow flag. Just a teaser. So Sergeant here, if we pit him this lap, should come out ahead of Magnussen. But both Magnussen and Hulk has older tires, so that shouldn't be a problem. But we are going to have to pit him this lap anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Let's see, can we beat the Hulk and the Magnussen out? It's going to be very, very close at the moment. But if we beat them out, I'm going to be very, very happy. Crawford probably can do a couple more laps before we pit him. Okay, can you have a clean stop, please? I beg of you. I see a Hulk and I see a Magnussen and I see us coming out behind. That's a little bit unfortunate, but should be fine. We can stay behind, recharge a little bit of ERS, get tire temp, and then we can launch a little bit of an attack. So it's not all bad, but it's also not great. That is actually acceptable. Other than that, we are probably going to see Crawford come in out here, but between Bottas and Gasly once he actually pits, which is, again, not a problem per se. So I don't really mind that. So starting now, we could start getting a move on Magnussen done. He's getting on with the age of his tires. Then we're going to chase down his teammate. Crawford is also ending up kind of in a dangerous zone right now where he is losing a lot of confidence because he is getting overtaken for staying out long. So maybe pitting him a lap early would have been more beneficial. See now where Crawford comes out. Clean stop. As expected there, Bottas, Gasly kind of flew by. I had a hope we might beat them out, but no cigar. It's still okay though so far. Let's see, let's give Sergeant a little bit of an extra push here, just to make sure we get by Hulk. And also I would love to create a gap to Hulk here so we don't have to deal with him in the near future. A club with a Bolt Developed here could also become interesting to watch. Crawford is also getting closer to Gasly. Should get that move done soon. Probably in that next DRS zone. Speeding things up a little bit here. Yes, I am a little bit tired. Apologies that the energy levels have gone down drastically. Flies by Gasly. Can we get anyone else here? Oh, that looked kind of awkward. Magnussen peels into the pits. We have DRS, and that should be enough to put us in the zone of Bottas for our next overtake. Sergeant is still 13 seconds up to 12th.
A pit stop issue.
Is there a mod? Yeah. I hope the next set of upgrades get Crawford out of the Alpine sandwich. Well, it's going to be the front wing and the rear wing as well as the upgraded underfloor, so I would think so. But probably not for good, probably just until the end of the year. I'll be honest, by the end of the year, they're probably going to come back as we'll be doing a lot of research. Oh, come on. Don't bully the craw. We should be able to re-overtake here into the corner. And then pull away from Bottas. Like, Bottas has old, hard tires. He has no business even being close to us at the moment. Like so. The other question is, can Sargent catch up to the cars ahead? He's going to have a hard time. We are poised for points if 3 cars have an incident. But at least we're going to get paid. And that's probably the more important part of this race, that we're going to get paid from the sponsorships. 18 to higher. Guessing you didn't start a new season, did you? Yeah, this is a fresh season. Started today. To check out all of the new things in the patch. So it is indeed a completely fresh season. Did I notice any changes or something not really talked about? Not really. Like, so far the changes feel good. I don't have anything to complain about. We had a weird incident, but honestly, I don't think that had anything to do with the patch. So far it feels good. Just got the game now. Hope you enjoyed it, dealer. If there is anything you are uncertain about, feel free to ask. But I'm probably going to go to bed soon. There is a bunch of guides on my channel for most things concerning the game. Rick having a failure there is actually pretty good. Could give us a chance for a little bit better placement. What advice would I give you?
There's been a hold up.
If you want to develop a rocket ship, focus on your cornering, which would be low, medium, and high speed downforce. Apart from that, just try and learn the game and have fun. There isn't really too much else to say. If you find the race or the AI developing too quickly, you have difficulty settings here. You can switch from hard to, say, normal or easy, depending on, again, if you find the game too easy, too challenging, somewhere in between. And there isn't really anything in particular I would advise apart from that. Just understand that cornering is currently the best aspect of the car. 2 million. Check us. Started with 2 million, as you usually would. Started with everything kind of at the lowest tier. Kind of curious here, what's gonna happen with everyone running their softs into the ground? Tsunoda is the first to pit. Okay, is it gonna go to hard now till the end? Because if so, it's actually looking pretty good for us. Crawford actually got ahead of him. Hard till the end indeed. Question, do we want to destroy Crawford's race by trying to hold up Tsunoda? Yes, everything level 1. I did change my... like the extra level you get from Design Center to Factory. But yeah, everything is level 1. I've just redistributed what is given to me at level 1. You can redistribute some buildings. Hello Jasper, welcome back. Currently, we are kind of struggling, honestly. After the Destruction Derby that happened in Japan. We're still in a good position, I'll be perfectly honest here. Everyone has pitted, but it's hard tires for the most part. There is one medium runner. These hard tires are going to be really, really slow towards the end. So, while it's not hopeless yet, it's probably still going to be pretty harsh, I'll be honest. I think at this point, we are going to allow Crawford to burn down his tires. And honestly, we're going to do the same if we're Sargent. If we can stay with Tsunoda, gain a little bit extra time, that would be amazing. But that's going to probably be a little bit difficult. Tsunoda on fresh hards here. The RB is just a quick car. For some reason, the RB seems to develop very, very well in every save.
Having an issue in the pits.
What's up, the sky? You absolute gremlin for giving that answer. That's like when I have substitute assistant coming in and the kids believe they're gonna be really, really funny. To be fair though, it is also pretty funny, so it's not the wrong answer by any means of the imagination. Give him one more lap here, Sergeant. Now, Crawford should come out ahead of Hulkenberg, and he should be pretty safe in 14th, really. There's nothing to really threaten him. Sargent is probably not getting the points there, let's be realistic, but he should be able to finish 13th. That's also a lot higher than we anticipated to begin with, so we'll take it. And we'll just barely have these soft survive till the end, so it's looking good. What is the best team to manage? If you're looking to learn the dealer, I'd probably recommend doing like a quick season with someone like Red Bull or Ferrari. They are the best teams, which also means they're the most forgiving ones when it comes to making mistakes, which probably is going to make it a little bit more easier to learn. If you're looking for more of a challenging team to learn with, RB with Rico Tsunoda can work out really, really great. So if you want to have an easy, like, one season of learning experience, probably Red Bull or Ferrari. McLaren is also a good choice. Probably McLaren is the best choice for learning. If you want a little bit more challenge than one of the top 3 teams, go for RB. Pretty decent choice. Yeah, McLaren is probably, again, the best team to just learn the game with, I'd say. They have a pretty decent starting point. They have young drivers, so you can kind of get into driver development. They have a decent car. They have everything kind of ready for you to succeed, which also makes it easy to learn and also easy to kind of recover if you were to make any mistakes. So just try out what you think is fun. If it goes wrong, don't worry about it. If you are uncertain about what you're doing, make a backup save before you do it. And that way you can kind of get into the game fairly easily and figure out what it's all about. Unfortunately for us, I think this race has already run its course. We're half a minute behind 12th place. Might get lapped again, but we've yet to get lapped twice. So I guess that is a positive. Still pretty quick, 37 threes. Can we do the Norris Verstappen kind of pull here? We are running bad tie times, but we don't have a choice at the moment. We're not really losing too much time. We're running terrible tie times too. That's the funny part. So it's not bad. Can I use Verstappen and Norris to pull me up to the cars ahead? They are about a second and a half quicker than me. Rick's fault is also evolved. We can gain 3 seconds a lap. It's still not enough. That's the thing. Let's just speed along until the end. Because even if we have 3 seconds a lap, it's still not enough to catch Tsunoda. Which is basically the driver we would have to catch for any of this to make a... to have any effect at all. So... all of these theoreticals are great. Don't get me wrong. It's actually a good thing to slow down. At least I think so, to slow down, see what you theoretically can be capable of. But if you realize that it's not going to change anything, then there's no point to begin with. So unfortunately, in this case, theoretically, we couldn't get anything out of it. But still learned from it, so I'll take that with me. Am I going to get American affiliates off screen as well? Probably not. I feel like the affiliate system, might as well do this rant here. I feel like the affiliate system is just wasted potential in a similar way of mentality right now. Because if you look at the affiliates, let's just take a step back here. As every pop-up under the sun assaults me. If we look at the affiliates in their current form, yes, they can race in F2 and F3, but I don't have any influence in getting them an F2 or F3 seat. It's still random-ish. Like, I can direct their development, yes, they can take advantage of my facilities, of my mentality system, but at the end of the day, the current affiliate system is nothing different than if you had 10 reserve drivers in 23 or in 22. It feels exactly the same to me. There's no scouting, so you're not going to get anyone into an F1 seat before they are 20, 21 anyways. You have 19-year-olds here, like this one. But the problem is, the newly regenerated drivers will for the most part be 18, 19, 20 years old. And then they need to do F2 or F3 for a couple of years. So you lose out of so much of prime development. Now, if you had a scouting system with the affiliate system where you could say pick up karting talents when they're 15, 16, put them in an F2 or F3 car for a couple of years, which say you pay a sum of money, you buy them a seat in F2 or F3, they drive for a couple of years, you promote them to your main team, that would be already a much more fulfilling way of doing talent scouting and also getting affiliates. Right now, again, the affiliate system is nothing more than having 10 reserve drivers who can also do F2, F3. The system is exactly the same as it was in 23 with that difference. So that's why I'm not a fan of the new affiliate system. It hyped me up when they announced it. We have a factory fire just to add insult to injury. Oh no. At least the front end of the rear wing is what has failed, so should be fine. But with the factory fire, we're not getting front or rear wing going into Miami, unless we merge the manufacturer, so yikes. But yeah, that's kind of why I don't like the affiliate system. But we're probably going to end it here. I'm just going to go over the chat here, see if there's any questions. Is micromanaging worse? I haven't noticed any difference with Cap. You can get away with micromanaging less, honestly, if you want to. But the more you micromanage, generally, the better your results will be. Taking advantage of my shed, yes. Like, put them in last year's car and get into a bunch of laps to improve the development, like Alpine did with Piastri. Yeah, but again, I would just love to have something different, because the affiliate system is just a glorified reserve system, which just allows them to do F2 and F3 on the side if they get picked for a seat. So again, there's nothing special about this system. It's not really a proper talent racing system, and that's what disappointed me severely when I just dove a little bit into it. Is the update good enough for around the grid? Sorry, I think I missed that the first time around. I don't know yet. It seems like it potentially, Alex. So maybe we'll get started with a around the grid type deal after I'm done with Alpine. But I'll be exploring this game a little bit more tomorrow before the stream, trying to sim a couple of seasons, and then we'll see how the AI has developed compared to the player, and I'll have a video on it hopefully sometime tomorrow. Well, if you could promote demo drivers like Red Bull does. Biggest change I've noticed, and do I think it's worth buying? It seems like the AI is more competitive. What I'm seeing so far. Like, RB in particular is still miles ahead of us. Don't know if they're missing any parts right now. They might actually be with 11 kilograms. But definitely does seem like the AI is getting more competitive. So I would probably think that this is the patch you'd like, kind of want to try and get into the game. See if it's your deal, if you will. But again, most of the changes are geared towards AI and how they develop. And answering that question 5 races into the season isn't good enough for me. Let's put it that way. I don't want to give a definitive answer if the game is worth it yet, because I haven't played it enough for this patch to give a definitive answer. They fixed a bunch of stuff, yes, but the AI development is the one that I see as most important for time longevity and to challenge the player. So I want to see how the AI develops before I make a should you buy decision on that question. I'm sorry, Ninka, but I'll have a video on that out tomorrow, as I will be going through a couple of seasons here and seeing how the AI handles a regular season and also the big regulation season next time around. But we're going to continue this stream probably tomorrow. Is the right to watch? I'm feeling simulations are going to give me better results than normal. Could be. Well, I do around the grid with an added team. We could probably do that, yes. They're doing smarter decisions even at normal difficulty. Okay, that's good to hear. But I'm going to have to, as I mentioned, end it here, and I'll continue sometime tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed. Again, starting tomorrow, it's probably going to be 4 p.m. European summertime. But yeah, Ninka, I'll have a video out for tomorrow. I can guarantee that on the patch. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow, and have a good evening. Bye bye.